Let's go, chat. Let's go. Let's go. Full screen. Today's another day. Come on. My second camera is acting funny lately. Let's go. What's up, Ian? What's up, Joe? Let's go, guys. Let's get pumped. Come on. I'm acting weird today. I'm acting weird today. I don't even care. I'm having a great time. I love life. Life is amazing. I hope you guys are having a great day. Oh. Whew. Opus 5 was released yesterday, if you guys don't know already. And guess what? There's some news coming out about Opus 5. In the Reddit world, for anyone that doesn't know, I have some information. I need to get a water. I'm just catching my breath over here still from that intro workout. Lifted, box, clean, house. Let's go. What's up, Chort? What's up, Joe? What's up, Dora? Everybody's back in the chat, classy. Hey, brother. I appreciate you guys coming back to the stream. Hang out, vibe code, have a good time. Chill, listen to music. Maybe we'll make some music today, later. Okay, so, guys, check this out. Wait, let me fix my camera a little bit. Fix my camera a little bit. Okay, so check this out. On Reddit, I found a guy who posted this, and I was feeling the same kind of way. And a lot of people were also in agreement. And then this person decided to look into it with this effort level issue and check it out. Opus 5 effort dial is monotropic. Above high, coding scores go down. The coding scores go down above high on the effort level. Look at this. Opus 5 comes with 5 effort levels: low, medium, high, extra high, and max. Most people seem to be reaching straight for max, right? But after Frontier Scores above high setting stated that the model is making unnecessary refactors and edits outside of the scope and Anthropic's own migration guide in the system card warns for diminishing returns and overthinking on simpler tasks above high effort level. So basically, and then it's coming back also in other benchmarks too. AA Omnispace benchmark. Opus 5 is 11% more accurate than Opus 4.8, but hallucination rates run about 6% higher. So you really don't want to be setting the effort level above high currently, the way that it's working. So we got to check our effort level right now. We're on high. Let me see this. They said that there should be other effort levels. It's extra high, max, but there's also ultra, which turns the whole screen purple and apparently works worse. So, isn't that interesting? It's so interesting. What are you guys out there vibe coding today? You guys having a good day? Or what? You're not impressed with Opus 5 as far as UI? I gave it the same MD file as 5.6 Sol uses and said, let me see what I can do. It wasn't good. Oh, that's the other thing that I wanted to mention is they're switching. Anthropic is switching from MD files to HTML files. Anthropic, Claude, code, MD to HTML. How AI? Okay, so Anthropic is switching from MD files to HTML files, and I saw the article that was posted directly on their website, but whatever that is, I don't know, these random websites. I want like the OG site. How do I search only anthropic.com or only Claude? Claude code. Anyways, I can't find the article, but I found it. I found it the other day. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. How's your day going? Just shipped my first app on Wednesday. 2 subs so far, but super stoked. Let's go. For anyone who's dropping in, who just got in here, what's up, Steph? Claude Code, Opus 5, actually the effort level, anything above high, actually is worse. So just don't switch your effort level above high, because it actually starts hallucinating more. And it says right here that what does it do? It does unnecessary refactors and works outside the scope and starts to be basically overconfident and makes mistakes. So that is not what we want, guys. So anything over high. What's up, Zico? Okay. You have a song called Casino Speak Portuguese. Oh. I don't speak that language. But thank you so much, and I appreciate you noticing that. Jor Blitz out here is I know what you're doing at home. What's your thought about Opus 5 so far? I actually think it's really good. I actually think it's like Fable 5. Like, it's equivalent to Fable 5. And it's half the price. But we don't want to be setting the effort level above high apparently. But it works fine for me. I mean, I created my app. I was working on my app, so let's check out the app from yesterday. I added the brain and into the app, and I also changed up my herder terminal window. I add herder to my terminal, so now my terminal looks different than before for anybody who wasn't in the stream yesterday. The benchmark showing Opus Max beating Opus 5. Yeah, it's just that I guess it's over. Okay. What's up, No Script W from Brazil? So yeah, so I was doing Opus 5, implemented this into my app yesterday, though I already had been working on it with Fable 5 before that, so it's a bit of a dual model project implementation. So super cool. I love that little graphic there. I want to make this working a little better. Is the music too loud? Turn it down a little bit more. I might need to go get a water. Can you download a Sketchfab model for free and have Claude create effect on it with it look 100 times better? I'm not sure what Sketchfab is. You're using GPT-5.6 Luna. You like it at medium. Yeah, it's interesting how the effort level can really change things from a hallucination standpoint. And I knew I wasn't going crazy when I thought I didn't want to push it above high. I was like, I don't know, because someone mentioned to change my effort level higher, but I was just getting good results on this effort level high setting, so it makes sense that other people are kind of like in agreement with that. You use Sol Medium also? Yeah, Sol is good. It's also cheaper. Anthropic keeps it on high when they do their development work. Let's go, guys. I started off the stream super, I really was grateful because for anyone who doesn't know, I am only on day 24 of vibe coding and going live, and I'm just so grateful to connect with everybody while I'm coding my application, working on it. Find people who also love to vibe code and just create apps or learn how to create apps. But I know some of you guys are like badass developers and some of you guys are just trying to learn how AI works. But everybody's at different levels, you know, and that's okay because there can be room for everybody and you can always get better at anything you put time into. So let me go light mode on this so I can see what I'm doing real quick. Can't see that really good. I think I noticed something I needed to update. Okay, in the actual, when looking at friends, I'm noticing that when it says you're a quiet visitor, underneath when I scroll up, it's a very harsh cutoff when the name of the person's, and it says morning and their day, and that information and the actions for the day in the list. When I scroll up, it gets kind of cut off from the view above it with the dates, and that should be more of a gradual faded view, like a gradient, so it fades into that background, much like on the main homepage, how it does it underneath the dates at the top. That should operate the same in the actual viewing of friends. It's not fading, it's just harsh underneath that your quiet visitor section. But it's just the main view at the top that's holding the actual dates that's getting cut off the white background. Okay, just updating the app real quick. Apple RN, what are you building? Exclamation point build is a long description, Medium post that I wrote about what I'm building, but to give you a short answer quickly, it's basically an accountability tool to bring self-awareness towards if actions are being based in fear or love, to be more in alignment with enjoying life and not living with stress or anything like that. So it's a lot about understanding the mind, and it's something that I needed a long time ago, and so I'm creating something that I value a lot, and then I think it's going to be helpful for other people too. So oftentimes I go into real depth of my story and how I got here, but it took me a long time to get to the point where I am now in my life, like, because I've been developing for over 10 years, longer than 10 years, but I just say over 10 years because I don't know the exact amount of years. I started when I was pretty young coding, so it was very gradual, just interest based, and I was having so much fun, and I'm still having fun with it, and that's the good part, because there was a period in my life where I stopped like coding because I got depressed and I couldn't understand what was going on with me. But that's what I'm kind of building, is to understand the mind in a better way, so I don't end up going down the same path that I went down. Hopefully help somebody else not make the same mistake that I made. Just a web developer here. I was wondering, I wish I was smarter with software development though. Oh, okay, so you do like front-end development, but you're not so good at like back-end type stuff. Yeah, if you learn like simple thing like Node.js, I think that's a great place to start for back-end type stuff. Just like a simple API or something like that. Create like a simple API. What do you think should be one's goal when building an app? That's up to you, you know? Depends on what you're interested in doing with your time and your life, and what gets you excited when you wake up in the morning. That's the key. Always pay attention to what gets you excited when you wake up into the morning, and don't take that for granted. If you're happy doing what you're doing, then you're doing the right thing. Do you have any products out there? Would love to check them out. Yeah, I do, but it was my old project in somebody else's business, so I don't work on it anymore. So they've updated it, changed it, made it their own, and so, you know, correct, I'm a front-end designer. I also have a vibe-coded app that I created. It's called algorithm.stream. If you go here, it's like a little streaming application I made for streaming to OBS, and it like when you speak, it ducks the audio, So like when I speak it ducks audio. You can go try it out. Anyways. Okay, wait. Let me go into here. This is what I want. I may update that opening. I think I might update the login page at some point, just with another idea. I like it. I will kind of want to think of maybe another concept before I decide what I'm gonna go with. Whoa, that's too big. The gradient that you just added underneath is too big. Now it's the person's name at the top of the scrollable list is completely hidden, and yeah, so that needs to be smaller, needs to be shorter by a good amount. Not exactly sure how many pixels that is. I wish I just like had it in had my code open watching. What's up, Omar? Welcome back to the stream, Mates. Yo, that's cool. I love seeing you guys come back, hang out for a little bit. Doesn't matter when. Are you really making? Yeah, I started a business. I coded my first software by hand without AI because it was a long time ago, and then I sold it. So I'm a software engineer, and that's what I do. I use Whisperflow, yes. What's your thoughts on Opus 5? I think apparently any effort level above high is actually the coding scores go down, and Anthropic's own mitigation guy said so. So basically it starts hallucinating when the effort level goes to max and extra high, according to like a bunch of different benchmarks, like this OmniScience benchmark, Frontier Code benchmark, Code Rabbit benchmark. They're kind of saying that don't change the effort level above high because it's acting funny. So, but other than that, I feel like Opus 5 is basically Fable 5, but half the price for the most part. So I think it was maybe a response to Kimi K3 coming out and being cheaper, I think. I might want this to be in the login flow. We'll see. But I like it. It looks sick. Okay, so let me. You like algorithm? Classy? Let's go. Okay, so clips. All right. I need to update this because it's not actually acting right. The actual view under your quiet visitor little window, it's the view that's holding the name at the top, and then the view that is the same view that's holding the dates in the friends list when viewing a friend. That view that's at the top that overlays the list is just that faded gradient that shows the list underneath and the list fades into it. It's too tall. It needs to be fitting the actual height of the information that's in the main view at the top. All the information needs to fit that view more accurately. It's just being set large. And it's actually okay if your quiet visitor is slightly falling over top of the gradient a little bit in the background. We'll see if it gets it. Are you a mobile developer? I'm a full stack developer, so I can do a whole bunch of stuff, but I'm working on an iOS app right now, iPhone app. You're currently learning Python? Nice. You're a math student, vibe coder at a university. Oh, nice. Nice. Clips, Zico. My does. Some chicken. You guys were wanting some of that chicken yesterday or something? Still thinking about that chicken. Maybe make some food again. Some salad. I have a salad in the fridge for later. What software did you use to preview the app interface? This is Xcode. So I don't know. Do you have a Mac computer? It's just Xcode. They have a iOS simulator that you can launch from Claude Code. So it's just a part of Xcode, and then Claude can basically hijack it and launch the simulator whenever it wants. Basically, that's what's happening. Oh my gosh, not just then you actually made chicken. That is so funny. All right, well that updates. Let's see if we can. I think it needs to open the simulator, because one of the things I told Claude is that I don't want it to open the simulator, and I did that yesterday. So I need to actually do something. Can you check to see if it says not to open the simulator at all when you are developing? I'm just curious. Is that the current implementation when it goes into a working tree subagent, and it uses that skill, and then based on the run.sh and everything that happens when you're operating a command, executing a command, like I just need to know if you're able to run the simulator at all in the execution of what you're trying to implement, because it might be having a hard time updating the app in the way that I want it to update right now, because it oftentimes wants to open the simulator, and so Maybe I need to re-enable it to allow it to do that again. Do you have to do marketing for the apps? Yeah, marketing is a crucial factor. I think people underestimate marketing. Think about it like this. If you have a bar of gold, and you're giving it away to somebody, or like wait, let me re-say this. If you literally have a bar of gold, but you don't interact with anyone at all, then you have nobody to give it to. So even though somebody would definitely would appreciate a bar of gold, if you don't interact with anybody to give it, to talk to them or whatever, then you don't have anyone to give it to. So I think that's what marketing is. It's kind of like you could create the best application ever in the world, and you could be having it in your hands, but if you don't interact with anybody, then nobody knows. So yeah, I think marketing is a crucial factor to creating a actual business. If you want to create an actual, or if you want to help other people, really, if you just want to help other people and create something that's not just going to help yourself. Check the actual wiring, not just the docs. Here's the real state. Simulator use is blocked. See, the simulator use is blocked on my computer, but inside a working tree hook, registered. Okay, let me get at a prompt. Okay, so I want a sub agent to be able to run in the simulator, but I have a simulator that I like to run on my own using the run.sh command, and I don't want the simulator that gets opened up by the working tree sub agents. I don't want that simulator to be the same simulator that gets ran in the run.sh command that I run. So I need those two to be separate. So can you give me a detailed plan of how you would implement this? And then also, I want to make sure that when the actual working tree sub agent launches the simulator, it checks to see if the simulator is open. And if it's open, it just builds into that simulator. And then when it's done working, it doesn't close out of the simulator, it leaves it open. So therefore, another working tree sub agent can actually go into the simulator, build the app, and launch it, and it doesn't have to reopen the simulator and close the simulator. Just use the one that's open, but don't use the one that I'm using with the current run.sh that's in this project. So this is how I want it to be implemented. So I just need a detailed plan of how you could do that. Thank you. Okay, I need this to work just like how I described, because okay, Claude running the simulator eats a lot of credits, you think? Yeah, I think so too. I noticed I told it to stop running the simulator because it kept popping up every time. Oh, that's the other thing I forgot to tell it. Don't bring the simulator to the foreground, because it was bringing the simulator to the foreground every time. So I gotta add that to the plan. Marketing is arguably more important than the product. It can be. I think it can be. For sure. Coleman, thanks for saying that. I agree with that. Reddit X best to start to market your SaaS. You think Reddit on X is a great place? I think anywhere online where you can just talk and interact with people is a great place to talk about whatever you're making. I have a Discord where you can have a build share. You guys can share what you're building in Discord. You're vibe coding right now while you have the stream and the iPad. Let's go. Raj watches. You making a watch? What are you building over there? Omar, what do you mean you lost your brain? I'm catching up with you guys in the chat. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind. Simulator count 4,000. Oh, what's the effort level bug? Okay, sorry you just joined in today. It's okay. Boofy. I know that you come into this stream oftentimes, so I will re-say what was going on with the effort level thing. So Anthropic, they Opus 5, the effort level dial, so like basically low, medium, high, extra high, max. They are finding out that anything above high is causing unnecessary hallucinations and refactors. So it's making the model actually be less efficient, and it's not just less efficient, it's actually making mistakes and stuff. So apparently, according to like Frontier Code, OmniScience Benchmark, Rabbit Code, all these people who are running benchmarks, they're pretty much in agreement that Opus 5 needs to be set to effort level high. Anything above high is actually it's going down in the coding scores. So now you know. Anybody who just dropped into the stream and didn't know that information, now you know. I'm building a product that changed my way of living. Nice, let's go. Alright, so let's get back to what I'm coding right now. I'm trying to create a plan to fix my simulator issue, which has been an issue, guys. I'm not implementing anything yet. This design is current. There's your simulator, iPhone Pro Max. Currently booted, the same SH grabs the name. Only one simulator runtime installed. No simulator in the work tree. Currently blank, denies all simulator commands inside a work tree. Okay, we don't want that. We do not want that. We want separator. Guys, this is a big detailed plan. Oh my gosh. Implementation steps. Set up Sims, one-time bootstrap. Lives in the app. For any of you who are trying to run sub-agents and code a Swift application for the iPhone, this is probably going to be useful for you. So once I get this skill implemented, I'll probably put it on my GitHub for other people to use, because it's taken me a while to perfect this simulator situation. Step 1. Let me just read this real quick. The other thing I need to implement into this plan is that for a working tree sub-agent, when it launches a simulator, I don't want the simulator to be brought into the foreground once the app builds, because I noticed that with the current run.sh that I have, it always brings the app into the foreground, and I don't like that. So I would prefer that to stop. And also, I need the run.sh to be updated so it stops doing that as well. I don't want the simulators to be brought into the foreground when I run it. When I run that /run.sh also. That should be the default for all the times that it runs the simulators, to not bring it to the foreground. because what was happening the previous days was like I'm just doing an operation on my computer, might be working in my terminal window, might be going on like reading on something online, and then all of a sudden I get like 5 simulators just like it only happens when I'm running a bunch of sub agents at the same time, but like even if I'm running one sub agent and just doing one task, sometimes that single task will open and close the simulator like 5 times while I'm trying to do other stuff, so it just gets really annoying. So that's why I'm trying to get this perfected. Okay, can you implement this? The plan, those 2 plans you just gave me, the previous one and this one that you just updated me with, though all that I'd like to be combined and implemented right now. Because peep work. You have a funny username, dude. Yo, what's up? Any effort level above high is apparently the coding scores are going down and it's hallucinating, according to a bunch of benchmarks. So just wouldn't really recommend setting the effort level above high right now. I'm sure they'll fix it though. I'm sure they'll fix it. Which plane does... I have the 200. What am I running on localhost? This is a it's for me to read. So like for instance, if I want to save this plan that Claude is implementing, it just allows me to read the output from CLI way better. Wait, I gotta answer this question. But it also lets me like save information, so like I could save this and it saves over here, and then if I want to like recall it later, I can recall like different things, and it saves into a database actually, so I can remember what Claude implemented and stuff like that. And it's just easier to read. It also puts code blocks, so for instance, if there's like a code block, it'll put it into a code block and stuff. I don't know, it's just really much better to read than this, because this gets so like, look at this, it's way harder to read this. Plus the scrolling in terminals, especially with my mouse, I don't know if my mouse's scroll wheel is weird, but it like doesn't scroll smoothly in this window. How should I handle the 2 unchecked paths on main before the work tree merge? I see you using herder now. Let's go. Yeah, like herder is so much better. I love herder. So grateful for it now. Do I use GPT at all? Yeah, I use it for image generation. Jai. I like the theme, so I just picked out this theme. I was picking themes the other day, and I like this theme. Yesterday I was picking out themes for a little bit, but I'm locked into this theme. I like it. Looks clean. Super like OG looking too, like retro styling. Love it. Yeah, yeah. I appreciate that. Yes, exactly. Opus above, highs less useful. You think I'm looking like the guy from Resident Evil? Let me look him up. Walker Winstein from Resident Evil. Oh, you think I look like this guy? Wester. Albert Wester. Okay. Alright, that's working better. That's working better. I just updated the app with something earlier, but just a view rendering issue. XQC is what I get the most. W Lonnie Day. Guys, for anyone that doesn't know, I am coding Lonnie Day. And obviously that's what it says I'm doing on the app right now. It literally says coding Lonnie Day. And for anyone that doesn't know, Lonnie Day means heavenly day. The app is for understanding the mind, your mind, and the true reason, intention behind the actions that you're taking to be more in alignment with who you are and to live your life like in a beautiful way. Honestly, I took a path that brought me into living in stress and worry and fear, and I was just like, I ended up in a weird dark place that doesn't make any sense to me because I was healthy, I ate healthy, I was working out, I was coding, but I didn't like coding anymore, and I fell into a depression. And I was like, what happened to me? Because I used to love coding and I used to love life, and I don't know how I got here. And then I realized that I was worried. I fell into this trap of fear, and I didn't even realize it that I was doing it. And so I don't think I'm that dumb of a person. And so to realize that I was susceptible to not being aware of the activity going on in my mind that brought me into the life that I was living. It was an interesting experience for me, and I wish I had an app like this that showed me the importance and the reason why it's important. Because not just like okay, here's the information if you're living with fear of love, but like, why is it important? Why is it important? Because when I live in fear, like for instance, worried about money, and then I choose to work a job that I don't even like to work because I need to make money to fulfill that fear. So I'm acting out of fear, so then my life actually gets created in a negative way. Because then I'm not actually choosing to the things I'm interested in life and where I'm actually naturally drawn in what I like doing, right? So like acting in fear will actually push me into doing things I don't even want to be doing in my life. And imagine that, living a life doing things that you don't want to do. What's the point of that? You know what I'm saying? And so it was all just like this stress and worry from dropping out of school and not having a degree. But I taught myself how to code, so I was pretty smart, and I knew that I could create my own software business, so I did. But I created it out of this insecurity and kind of like feeling unsafe that I wasn't gonna have enough money. And so I created a project that I ended up not even wanting after working on it for many years. And why would you spend, like, imagine spending 10 years working on a house only to then wait, where's my Imagine spending 10 years on a house only to then saying I don't want it. It's like, what? You just spent all that time working on the house. Like, why would you not want that? Half is done in tested status while the repo subagent finishes. Lonnie should have an integrated agent. Yeah, you know, I was thinking about that. Like having a AI inside of the app might be a good idea, like for understanding your mind in like a deep way. And I can give it like the stuff that helped me, because I was actually using AI to help myself for the last 2 years when I was in therapy. I had 5 different therapists, and I was journaling like super heavily to understand my mind and why I fell into this depression that I was in. How much does this cost for you to vibe code for like 5 hours every single day? I don't know actually how much, but that's an interesting question. Why is my iPad acting funny? Refresh the screen. Classy, I coded an app. I created a software business, coded it by hand myself, and worked on it for like 10 years and then sold it. Do you think public building, non-ether, vibe kidding, being transparent is AI generation helps drive more? I'm not sure. It depends on who the person is. Everybody's different. I think it's probably good, and for some people love it and some people don't like it. I'm not really sure. It's just do what I would just recommend always doing what you want to do and what makes you excited and what makes you feel better about yourself and life. I honestly I just like paying attention to that. That's the most important thing, because if I eat something that makes me feel crappy, I'm like, I'm not gonna eat that again. And if I eat something that makes me feel great, then I'm gonna eat that again. And I think it's like, just do the same thing with your actions. Like, do an action and then be like, how do you feel? And if you feel crappy, don't do it. And if you do something and then you feel like, oh, I love that was awesome, then just do it again. Just do it again. And then the more you just keep doing that, your life is gonna be what you like. It's like I think it's like that simple. GC5 SV, that is hilarious. Oh my god, it's so funny. That is hilarious. Okay, I need to read this. This is still working. Is this still working? Why is it still working? Okay, so apparently what this is saying is that the simulators are going to be only opened, never added to the foreground, and left open Wait, what does this say? Simulate subagents must never touch a simulator ever? I want the your quiet visitor Michelle won't be notified. I want that to be removed. Actually, just remove that completely, and then match the view so that it looks the same as the main homepage list, so the actual dates are under there, right underneath the dates. I want the same amount of spacing, and that to be looking the exact same in the friends list as on the main homepage. When do you plan on launching Lonnie Day? Probably as soon as possible, but honestly 6 months. I think 6 months will be the minimum. I just started like coding it and doing this, so maybe, well, I mean, I'm already like a month in, so probably 5 months. But that's just the MVP, and then after the MVP is dropped, then onto the App Store, then I'm gonna keep on working on it for, honestly, I could work on this. I might end up working on this for the rest of my life. I could see that happening. So, do you have any advice? Really, everything I do, everything you touch goes wrong. Ah, man, classy. Maybe just I think wait a second. What's my actual advice on this? Seems like everything you touch goes wrong. Maybe, have you ever tried meditation? Because it'll slow your mind down. You can be more in control. And what I noticed here's my recommendation for meditation. I'm not exactly sure if this is something that's gonna help you, but it may help. So I think that, well, it definitely will help anybody. Meditation is something that's pretty impactful, but here's my advice for meditation, and I think it will help, which is just notice every single thought as it comes up, but don't actually act on it or do anything. Just stay still. If you can't stay still, then you're not in control. Because think about it. No, my hair is not fake. here's my meditation, and when you're meditating, here's how I would recommend doing it. Sit still and do nothing for an hour, and notice every single thought that comes up, and just don't identify it. Let it come up, notice it, and then let it pass by, and then let another thought come up. And then after a while, you start to notice that your thoughts are like almost generating themselves. It's like you're the one who's watching, but then you're not actually the one who's thinking. And then I think that's what happens over time. And then it's like, and then you start to be, then I noticed I start to be able to choose what thought or feeling I decide to interact with. Or like, do I care, or am I going to let it pass by? Am I going to act, or am I going to stay sitting and not move? And so I noticed that if I can't sit still for an hour, then how can I do anything? How can I actually do anything at all if I can't just sit still for an hour and let all my thoughts pass by? Because if I react to my thoughts and I get up and I do something, then I'm living in a reaction to thoughts all the time. It's just I'm just reacting to a thought or reacting to the environment that's around me. Can I just be aware of the environment and things happening around me as they're happening, the thoughts that are going on in my mind, and just fully be present and still? Because if I can do that, then I'm actually in control of myself. So, okay, so if you can do that, I think it would probably increase your self-control, which will increase your ability to choose the right actions to take. So that's my advice for you, Classy. And now I want to check out this thing here to see what exactly yeah, I'm listening to AI music, that's right. I'm ultra on a vibe. And we should make some music too. We should make a song right now. Generate music. Create. Let's make no, I want advanced. And I also don't want lyrics. Instrumental. Where's the instrumental setting? We're just gonna go with some random, a very simple prompt. Let's write it. Let's like also write a more complex prompt too. Let's have Claude help us. Let's have Claude help us do it. Can you help me write a prompt for sunoapp.com? I'm trying to make a retro wave, synthwave style music, 1980s. I want it to be like almost like you know the intro song for Stranger Things, except I don't want it to be dark and like spooky. I want it to be more like upbeat and like a build up. You guys know the intro song from Stranger Things? What's your vibe code setup like? Is it a MacBook Pro? I just have a MacBook Pro set up and I have my iPad reading chat right now. Sorry if I missed your comment in the chat. Honestly, I was just locked into vibe coding. The CLI text thing is just a simple paste window. You want to see? Instrumental only. Continuous build? Build, drop, build bigger? I want build, drop, build bigger, I think. Or continuous build. Let's do continuous build. I don't think I have a continuous build song yet. The CLI text thing is just a way to paste the text that Claude gives back as responses. And if it's something important, then I have a way to save it so I can remember. Like for instance, this thing is updating the simulator so I can, like, it's making a lot of like changes that are kind of important to know, and so that's why I like to save it. Because the thing is like if I don't save it, I might end up forgetting about it. And like for instance, I could put it in here, like I could call this Xcode simulator or whatever. So it's just a little way to save some prompts and stuff like that. 33 hook assertions passed, 26 against fixtures, 10 against real config. 2 things I need from you. I need you to call a hook fix mid-run. The hook denied my own get work tree remove path command. My edit. The hook was blocked by the permission classifier. It treats hooks files as protected. Want me to apply it? You'll need to approve the edit and make it yourself. One edge case in run.edge I left alone. If your device is booted up, the simulator isn't running, the warm path opens a new window, so you'd see nothing. Okay, let me implement this. Okay, can you implement this? I want to just verify in simply, because you added a lot of different context in here, and I don't fully understand the simplicity. Like, can you please break this down more simply? Because there's too many things going on. Like it's trying to do a whole bunch of things in this plan that are totally not related to each other. I mean, they're kind of related, but they're just different, and I don't know if I want to execute this and it's gonna break something on my computer, because it's asking me to give it permissions to something it doesn't have access to in the simulator. This is Herd, who's asking that. What agent workspace is this? This is called Herder. Herder, this is what it is. And it's kind of cool because, like, for instance, it's really cool because if you exit out of it, and then I reopen it in the terminal, it still has my agents running. It saves all the session information and it doesn't close your session. It's like running a session in the background of all your terminal windows. It's pretty badass actually. It also tells you which agents are running. So like this little wheel right here will say like which agents are running. And it gives like an audible message, a little like ding sound when they're finished running. It's like a good little sub-agent thing too. I don't know, it's just really good. iPhone Pro, you start it with run.sh. You never touch it. The agents, never touch it. Agents start with their block. Let me read this. It's weird because it keeps like working on itself. Did you notice it stopped? It like stopped working and then it started working again. Okay, so now when I run my app build, it shouldn't launch the app, which it didn't. So that's good. Now I have to open the simulator to actually view it, which is what I want. And then if I make a change to the app, let me ask a question to Claude real quick. So can my sub agents actually open the simulator to check to verify things are working properly? Do they have a simulator? Will they open a simulator and then use that one simulator for the sub agents? Can you just give me a quick rundown of how because currently I have that skill that opens up a working tree if there's a Git repository, and then a sub agent's created to then start working on that, and sometimes the sub agent by default wanted to open the simulator, so I'm just wondering, will it still open the simulator? Can it still open the simulator? Will it stay separate from mine? I want you to just give me the flow, that how it flows now based on everything you have, but not based on what I'm telling you, because I want to know exactly the workflow that's going to be implemented every time I have a sub agent start working on a working tree via a command that's given in a Git repository project. Oh, okay, we're almost there with this kind of like workflow simulator sub-agent thing. Okay, so whenever I code in my app or website, they don't look like the websites I see other people design. They look crappy. How do I improve it? I would recommend going to a website that has like designs that you like. Just go find something, anything that you like, and then take screenshots of it and give Claude and say, I need you to create a design system based off of these designs. And you can just create like a mood board. You know what a mood board is? It's like when you take a screenshot of a bunch of different apps you like, and then you just put it all into one. But they need to be similar styles, so don't like have one style that you like and have another style you like, but they're completely different. Like, try to find the style you want to give Claude and just give a bunch of reference images to it and say which buttons you like, say which text fields you like, say the colors you like, say the fonts you like. Like, just tell it what you like and show screenshots, and it'll be able to interpret that and create the design that you want or something similar to what you want. And then from there, if it makes mistakes, just keep working with it, because that's really all it needs is just like images of the style, and then just your own input to what exactly you like in the images and stuff like that. Anyone here using Cursor? I'm not using it. I tried it for a little bit, but there's some Mac apps where agents can send you alerts via dynamic island. That's interesting. Why did I just find out now that you can copy after 12 months of coding? Yeah, it's like that copy command I use so much. I actually wish there was I could key command it though. If there was a key command for that, it would be so nice. Let me ask Claude if that's possible to do. But I have, two sub agents in here. Called text. Is it possible to add a key command for the /copy? Look at this. Oh my gosh, look at this. Can a subagent verify visually? Yes, that's new. It can build, install, launch, and screenshot the app. Does it open the simulator? No. It boots a device with no window. Nothing appears on your screen. It reads the result by taking a screenshot file, not by looking at a window. Interesting. That's so much different than how it was being implemented before. Start to finish, you can give a such agent a request. Skill checks the tree, see if it's clean, then creates a working tree, sends a copy of it to the repo on its own branch. One subagent is dispatched and works locally inside that copy. It compiles, that's the default check, and boots nothing. If the change is visual, it runs this shell script and then reads the UIDs from Lonnie Day, refuses to run if it involves your own device. Boots a Lonnie Day agent headless only if it isn't already booted. Builds that working tree code, installs it, launches it, screenshots a file. I need to ask about this screenshot thing. Subagent reads the screenshot and reports it, what it saw. I need to ask about this screenshot thing. Is a screenshot as effective as telling what's happening in the app as just running the simulator and viewing it via the simulator how it normally was running before this update? I'm just wondering, because if it's more effective to view from the simulator versus a screenshot, then I'd rather have it open the simulator just by using a second simulator, and it's okay if it's in the background and not being brought to the foreground. That's fine. If that's more effective for you when you're coding as an agent, then I would rather have you be more effective than taking screenshots and trying to visually see things through screenshots. So can you tell me which one will be more effective? And then let's see what this says. Can I add a keybind to the /copy command? Short answer is no. Not with a keybind. I could keybind something to just type that. You want no simulator? I want it to be effective though. It would be nice to have no simulator at all, but I want it to be effective. That's not rendering properly. I need to update that in the app. The view is like hanging on too far. Probably want to build out a gallery graph so I can see the progression. I have the Xcode MCP server installed. It's just Claude Code likes to do a bunch of weird stuff. I also have an iOS simulator skill installed, but it didn't really help that much. Short answer, the screenshot is not a downgrade. It's the only channel I have. Opening a window would give me access to 0 extra information. Oh my gosh, opening a window in a simulator gives Claude zero information more. So all it's doing is opening these simulators to just screenshot the thing. I can't see your screen. There's no live feed from a simulator window to me. Whether that window is open in the background or isn't open, the only way I can actually perceive what's happening in the app is to capture it into an image file. Oh my gosh. So opening a simulator isn't the thing I can do. The window is a human interface. Headless costs me nothing and saves a window. Wow, okay. What actually limits me? I can't tap or scroll. Check. Oh, can't tap or scroll. I still couldn't click it. I reach screens with your debug launch. Interesting. Still can't show motion. Holy crap, this is so... You guys reading this? It's going to use FFmpeg to record the screen. And it doesn't even need to open the simulator to do it for some reason. I don't know why. And then it can then save the video file to see what's happening inside of the app without ever having to open the simulator. Should I make this a skill, like an iOS simulator skill? I feel like there's no one else creating this. Like, I'm making this right now as a skill. Would you guys want this skill? Okay, can you implement this FFmpeg recording what's happening in the app but without opening the simulator? Seems insanely useful. So I would definitely recommend implementing this. Let's do that 100%. And I'm shocked that you're able to see visually what's happening in the app without opening the simulator and record what it's doing. That's pretty awesome. So yes, if that allows you to get full access to seeing what's going on in the app visually, then let's do this. I want to do what you're recommending. Okay. What's up, Moo Corp? Welcome back to the stream. Edo Meats. So, you would use this skill? It's a useful skill. I don't actually think I'm implementing it as a skill right now, though. I think I'm implementing it into the Claude MD file, maybe. So I'd have to reconfigure it to be a skill that can be turned off and turned on, which I probably should be doing anyway. But I don't think I'm actually doing. I mean, I'm gonna ask Claude after that. That's what I'll ask next. See let's see the music that we made. Retro Life. It sounds just like my other one. I want to give it the prompt that Claude gave. Remember we made like a... Wait a second. Remember we made like a retro wave style song? Oh, here it is. It's this one. Full response. Style prompt. I think you can't have that much information in here. Oh yeah, you can. I want to play music though. Where's my music? Feels weird without it. What's up, what's up, Bismax? Just wanted to hop in and say hello. Yeah, we're living on 2 different time frames, eh? Okay, let me just make the title of this called this. Okay, and then let's go back to my playlist here. Let's go something down here. Can't wait to get this this simulator thing working. I have FFmpeg installed. Hey, what's up? How's it going? You're trying to send hacks through the chat. Yeah, I know. I want to get some like, also I want to get some different style of music too. Like, cause I've been doing this style of music for a while, and I want to get some new styles. Genre, I think it's genre. Lyrics, box, tune, instrumentals. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Wait a second, that's cool. Let me save this. New section. Music. Okay, I need you to revert the changes that you made in the friends, viewing a friend section, because it's not being rendered properly. So inside of this context window, there is all the information that you changed in the header padding and then all of this stuff. I want to revert these changes inside of that's inside of this context window. Can you do that for me? Because then I wanna update it from where it was previously at before we made all these changes. So can you just revert that for me? Okay, I got two agents running right now. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back, salad. I do have a salad. I do have a salad. How did you know? How did you know that, Zico? Zico's over here like freaking mind reading. Yeah, I do have a plan for my project. I have a lot of plans for my project. I have so many plans for my project that I don't even have enough time in the day to even do all of the plans I have. Retro salad. Guys, let's make a retro salad song. Let's make a song called Retro Salad. Can I put an emoji in it? Can I put an emoji in here? Or no? No emojis? What is this? Ghosty wants to access control to your whole system and hack your computer and then send you a file that is from chat? What kind of error is that? Did you guys see this? Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Delete. Wow, that's crazy. Lyrics, instrumental exclude. Apparently I could write in the lyrics box, turn instrumental on, then paste this into the lyrics box. It won't let me paste into the lyrics box. Prompt. I don't want any vocals. I'm just gonna push it. I'm just gonna put it in here. This is called the Retro Salad. Let's hear this song. Nostalgic. What's that? What's that sound that's like a piano and it's like really high pitched? You know what I'm saying? Hey Claude, what's that piano sound that's really high pitched when I'm implementing this music? Does anybody know in chat? Harpsichord. It's called a lead. It's supposed to be like the lyrics, but a piano version or something. Can you update the prompt? Because I want to do a song that doesn't have that, and I want it to be more like a I don't know. I want it to be more like a synthy sounding violin or something like that, or like a cello. Okay, Zico, I got it. Synth lead. New workspace. Yeah, J35, check it out. New workspace. Super dope. It's Herder. new theme and everything. I set that up yesterday. Blade Runner. Do you want it to be more like Vangelis or Blade Runner? I think Blade Runner? Right? I want it to be more Blade Runner-y. I think. Just call this Blade, I guess. Okay, let's listen to this new one. Or no, wait, we listened to this new one, I think. Retro Salad is the new one. Yo, greetings from Brazil. What's up? Claude Fable 5 versus GPT-5.6. What are we going to choose? I would say Opus 5 because it was just released yesterday. Zalty, thanks so much. I appreciate that compliment. J35 created this in chat, guys. Let's check out what J35 created. Tap, tap, orbit. We got spacebar, down, and up, swipe to feed. Oh, what? It's like a TikTok? It's like TikTok games? Or something? Spacebar to... Oh, spacebar does... There's tapping, and then there's holding. But in this game, it does nothing. Left and right is flick it, swipe. Oh, what is this? Oh, I know this Simon Says thing, or whatever. J35, how long did it take you to make this? How long did it take you to make this? It's TikTok for games. Scroll between multiple mini games. You created it in one prompt. What did you use to create it? So, what are you gonna let other people do it? Are you gonna let other people make games on there? J35? LOL, that idea is funny. TikTok for games. Okay. It would be kind of cool. You'd have to make like a way for people to make the games. It would have to be all like React Native, or I mean React games. Retro salad, dude. We're making music. This one sounds like retro salad, actually. We're making AI music. We're vibe coding. We're chilling. I'm eating a salad. I hope you guys are having a great day out there. Sun is starting to come out outside. Clouds are starting to fade away. I don't think today's gonna get any better. It's not gonna get any better than this. What's up, Alex? It's 10:40. Classy, your limit finally ended, huh? Could be on a jet ski with a girl, but nah, eating a salad. Eating a salad, vibe coding. That's the life I wanna live. That's a life. That's a life I wanna live. Run.sh, setup.sh. I just have a question. How hard would it be to implement this into a skill? Like everything we just worked on, I'm just curious, like, could this be implemented into one single skill that would be able to be turned on and off? And how is this currently being implemented? Like, it's just being implemented via Claude.md files. Look at how it's spelled that. Clock. Totally misspelled that. You had a hard time leaving a relationship, Zico? Oh, Zico's asking me. Oh. No. No, I mean, I had a... I don't know, guys. I don't know if I can talk about that on live, because what if, you know what I'm saying? Entering your... No, it's okay, Zio. It's not a problem. Don't worry, it's just, it's not a problem. Looks like a green screen. No, it's not. It's actually, real life. Thank you, though. I'll take that as a compliment. How it's implemented right now. Just Claude MD is 8 files across 3 layers, and only 1 layer is layer enforced. These run regardless of decided. So it's in the /settings work tree subagents and registers both hooks. Note the no simulator in work tree. All the simulator rules, 2 layers, instructions, what I read, advice, no enforcement. The working tree loop never foregrounds. Can it be one skill? No. A skill is a markdown file instruction I read. It can't register hooks, so it can't enforce anything. Oh, okay, so guys, this iOS simulator thing that I've been working on, it cannot be a skill. So what would it have to be, a plugin? Can it be one toggleable thing? Yes, as a plugin. Oh, plugins are containers that bundle skills and hooks together and enable and disable them as a unit. That's the right shape for this. Okay, so this is a plugin. 2 options, very different. Add an on-off switch. Right now, worktree subagents is gated by worktree subagents, but the simulator hook I wrote has a no toggle at all. It's unconditionally on. Adding the same 3 lines. My recommendation would be take the cheap toggle. I want this to be implemented into a plugin that I could easily turn on or off within Claude Code. And then I want the subagents, I want the working tree subagent equals 1 thing to be, I don't want to have to set that, to be honest. I'd rather just have a plugin that I can turn on or off. And I want all of this to be implemented. I want there to be 2 separate plugins created. One for working tree. So the working tree plugin, what it does is, you already know what it does, which is it checks if there's a Git repository. If there is, it creates a working tree in Git, and then it creates a subagent to implement the task, right? You already know that. But that should be a plugin that I can turn on or off. And then the second plugin that I can turn on or off is the iOS simulator and how it, and all of the features that are associated with running iOS simulators as while the working tree subagents are working. So can you write me a detailed plan exactly for how to implement this plugin? Can this be 1 plugin, or does it have to be 2 plugins actually? And then I'm gonna make this plugin available so you guys can download this for coding on simulator. Toby, yeah, I'm gonna make this public. I'm gonna make this publicly available too. turn the music down a little bit. I'm gonna add this to my playlist. Add to playlist. Let me hear this one. Make some more music later in some new genres. For now, we're running this genre. Verified everything I need. Plugins can ship hooks, skills, commands, agents, scripts, and even their own Claude MD, which matters because it means the rules can live inside the toggle instead of in your global config. Answer: 2 plugins, not 1. Your instinct is right. And here's the concrete reason. The 2 things have different scopes. The working tree flow is language and platform agnostic, so you want it to work in Python repo, web repo, anywhere. The simulator rules are iOS only and meaningless in those repos. One plugin would force you to take the iOS simulator. Yes, exactly. The layering rule that keeps them independent. The working tree plugin skill must never name. It says if the repo provides a sanctuary run script, use it, otherwise compile only. The simulator plugin is what implies that script and the iOS specific. Okay, already half. I wrote it conditionally, so okay. What the toggle replaces. Right now the switch is a working tree subagent equals 1 in the settings.sh, and you said you don't want it to set that. Yes. It goes away entirely. Enabling and disabling the plugin becomes a switch because the plugin hook. Yes, exactly. I just want it to be a plugin. Plugin A, working tree subagent. We're creating a plugin right now for Claude Code. Route code, everything changes through the isolated get tree. Change to the skill. Strip iOS specific from 4.0. Stays platform neutral. Look at how long it's going to take to implement this. Plugin A, 1 hour. Plugin B, 3 to 4 hours. Holy crap. Okay. Why is this taking so long? I really like this plan a lot. And I just want to verify that we're going to implement into the iOS simulator plugin, because I have a current skill. I think it's a skill, or it could be a plugin. I think it's a plugin. It's called iOS. It's called iOS-simulator-skill, and it's a plugin. And I just wanted to make sure that the plugin that I'm currently creating... Wait, Did I just lose my whisper flow? That was the first time that ever happened. My whisper flow just got dismissed. The heck? Okay, I like this plan. The plan looks good. I just have one question, which is that I would need to make sure the plugin, the iOS simulator plugin that you're going to create, also has the same or similar implementations as the iOS dash simulator dash skill that I currently have installed already as a plugin, because I want to be able to delete that plugin once this plugin is finished. So can you update the plan? I like this plan a lot. I just want to update the plan so I don't have to have 2 iOS simulator plugins installed. I just want to have this one source of truth. And so can you please look into the plugins that I have installed in the iOS simulator plugin that's already in there to implement that as well into this plugin that I'm creating right now. Guys, it's going to take a long time to build this plugin. Probably a lot of tokens. What terminal app is this? This is Herder. Go to sleep to know more about Billy. Thanks, Zico. I really want to get this skill, this plugin slash skill slash subagent thing for Xcode just figured out, because it's kind of been a pain in my butt for a few days now. If anyone just dropped into the stream, because I know sometimes people dip out and come back, I just wanted to say that we're creating a way. So here's the issue. The issue is that whenever I run subagents, they open and close the Xcode simulator like constantly to check and verify things, and the simulator would pop up in front of my screen while I'm doing stuff, and it's super frustrating. So I implemented some changes into Claude Code to stop doing certain things in my project, but then I realized there was other issues happening, because then the Xcode simulators weren't opening, and then it wasn't able to code things properly, so then I had to open the simulator and build and run to like verify things. So then I had to change that again, and then finally I got it working in a way that actually seems to function correctly, but it's not a plugin that I can turn on and off easily. It's actually just like hard coded into the ClaudeMD file and like some of my system settings. So in order to make this a plugin that other people can use, like if you guys want to use this, if you're going to code an iPhone app and you guys want to run subagents that, you know, are going to all be working at the same time, and you don't want to have like a bunch of simulator windows popping up while Claude is coding, then this is the plugin that's going to work for you. And I'm going to create it. So I'm creating it for myself, but it's already working on my computer, so really I'm kind of creating it for you guys. It's going to take 6 hours. Wait, I have a quick question, which is, does my plugin conflict with the iOS simulator skill that I have installed, or are both of those independently beneficial? That's my question. Yeah, this might need a goal. You created an app? What app did you create? The effort level bug that's happening is anything above effort level high with Opus 5 is actually the coding scores go down in the benchmarks. According to Frontier Code, OmniScience benchmark, Rabbit, just a few different benchmarkers who benchmark AIs just mentioned that they are noticing that when you set the effort level above high, it's actually hallucinating more and does unnecessary refactors, and then coding scores go down. Yeah, so that's what's happening. You only do ultra code. That's what they're saying. It says right here. Most people default to the highest setting. They're probably gonna fix it pretty quickly, I would imagine, but maybe not. I don't think it's fixed right now. This post was from 12 hours ago. Also, they're transitioning from MD files to HTML files as well. Claude Opus. Can you write me a detailed plan where you don't actually implement the current iOS simulator skill that's installed, the plugin that's installed already? I don't want you to implement that. Can you update the plan to just do the original plan that we had? And then I'll keep the skill installed because they're not conflicting, and then just make sure that any of those scripts that need to be implemented so that the iOS simulators can run effectively without those two plugins bumping into each other, because I want both of those plugins installed, actually. The one that's already installed and the one that I'm about to create. So can you create me a detailed plan for the best way to implement this to still use that plugin without getting rid of it and not implementing it into this plugin that I'm creating, specifically for the iOS plugin that I'm creating? but then can you just rehash over the plugin A as well with the plan from above the previous plan. Okay, we got a giant plane coming that's just gonna have everything we need in it. Yeah, the songs generated, I've been listening to them. We have Salad, Retro Salad. We have Blade. I think Blade sounds like Retro Salad though. I like this Blade one. How many hours a day do I spend vibe coding? I would say 7. And I live stream like 5 about, but I really want to start live streaming like the entire time I'm vibe coding, but sometimes I like doing stuff, or sometimes I have to do stuff off stream because of like passwords and stuff. No, turn the music down. Okay, so here's the plan, guys. Here's the revised plan for both plugins. Plugin A, working tree sub agent. This is a working tree sub agent, unchanged from the original plan. Two edits, that's all. Delete the working tree setter. Plugin enabled is to toggle now. Keep skill MD file platform neutral if the repo provides a sanctuary run it script. Never name, so plugin A stands alone. Plugin B, iOS agent simulator. The coexistence design, one wrapper, it runs upstream. What it does, resolves whatever the heck that is, installed plugins.js JSON. I'm not sure what that is, but the newer directory under iOS simulator than the stable marketplace checkout, never hard coded because it directory moves. Hard fails if resolves UID is yours, happens unless the script doesn't exec the stream. Okay, so what it does is it basically opens up a simulator inside of a working tree, and it leaves the simulator open and booted so that another sub agent can use that simulator, launch another application in there, and detect what it's updating. It's just adding a bunch of code and files, and it's giving me a bunch of detailed information about what it's going to do. Whether the config exists, whether ffmpeg exists, and whether the upstream plugin resolve drops Okay, so guys, in order for this plugin to work, you have to have FFmpeg installed. Okay, I want you to implement plugin A and plugin B, and I want the JSON information with the name above owner name. I'd like it to be say this. And then I'm gonna save this as I'm gonna create a new section called plugin, and I'm gonna save this under plugin. So that way I can remember the implementation that I implemented, the plan that I implemented, I mean. Let me see something. Okay, that's gonna take a minute, guys. What's my usage? What's my usage? Just so I can verify before it just blows through my usage, because it's gonna take apparently a long time. Usage. Oh, they reset it. Perfect. So, perfect timing. They reset that so we can use it. And what I'm gonna do is go get some more food. What's up, Raj? What are you building? Type in exclamation point build in the chat. Exclamation point build in the chat. Oh my gosh. So, I got a salad. What is this? Guacamole? Avocado. I just call this guacamole. What's up with that? Yeah, Zico. I live off chicken and salad. I'm eating right now, so Just let me survive. Let me survive. Let me survive for a second. Survive for a second. Because it's gonna be a beautiful salad when I put my avocado on it. Then I'll show you what it looks like. I'll show you what it looks like. Or someone needs to spill it all over my... Hold up, guys. I'll be right back. Don't worry! Don't worry. Be happy now. What country are you in? What's better based on token consumption? Fable 5 or Opus 5? I would say... Opus 5 will use less tokens. And it's cheaper. You guys want to see my salad? Here's my salad. Full screen it. Full screen it. Look at how good that looks. I just don't want to spill it. Oh! Did I spill it? Never-ending salad. I will eat salad all day long. You think I could eat a salad all day long? Okay, guys, so Opus, for anyone who doesn't know, Opus 5, if you set it on effort level above high, it's worse. So the key is to always check Reddit. Always check Reddit before vibe coding. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so this is implementing. We have a simulator doctor. Okay, so I'm gonna get to working on the app then, because this thing could take hours. So, yikes. Yikes. So let's build and run the app then. What's up, dude? Alright. So here we go. So here we go. Okay, so what I want to implement is I want to implement just remove the I want to change your quiet visitor to just saying something like you're viewing Marcus's page. Like right now I'm viewing Marcus's page in the temporary data, the seed data, and I'm in the friends list, and I just want to change this because it should say like you are viewing Marcus's day, or yeah, that's what I want to see. And then underneath that I just want to add like the view to have a gradient that like slowly fades right underneath that, and it doesn't matter if the bottom of the view that I'm changing the text in kind of hangs over the, looks like it's kind of like hanging over the background a little bit. I just want it to be the background view to be fading, so when I scroll up and I see Marcus's morning, it should like fade, you know, like into the top view, which is exactly what it does on the main home screen when viewing your own actions in day. Okay, let's see if we can get that right this time. Thanks, Seiko. Agentic AI coding style. I just hit someone. Thanks, Zico. I know you got my back. Thanks. Just because I decided to wear a t-shirt that is dope. Like, this is a hand-stitched shirt. They took like a bunch of different fabrics and like hand-stitched it together. Like this pocket is different and stuff. And I don't know, it's kind of cool. I like it a lot. It's dope. I actually it had sleeves. It had sleeves on it, but I cut the sleeves off of it. It's hard to tell whether people are joking around or whether they're actually just being mean. Because like one time somebody said something I thought was like a mean comment, but then they commented again and said, sorry, I was just joking. I thought it was funny. And then I realized like, oh, some people are just literally messing around and they just don't realize that it's, you can't like tell somebody's emotions through text. If somebody was standing there and like jokingly saying something, then it would be easy to tell if it was a joke. But if they weren't being like angry or like serious, you know what I'm saying? It's like impossible to read emotions through text messages or through text. Can the sleeves off the free, cut the sleeves off of for free administration to the gun show, baby. Yeah, sarcasm is not an easy thing to read. It's much better if you're the person who's live on the video. Like, I could easily joke around and people would understand that I'm joking, but you know what I'm saying? Okay, so let's see if the implementation. I might have to open up another Claude code. Claude, there he is. What are we saying here, guys? Claude speaks. Both plugins are built and tested at Claude Plugins. The marketplace has name above owner exactly as you asked. That isn't what I said. Okay. Oh shoot, I think I didn't change it. Install them. I can't run plugins, so this part is yours. Plugin marketplace add. Okay, so the plugins are created on my computer, and now it's telling me to just a quick question. What is name Billy-local? What is that purpose? What is the purpose of that? Is that the name of the plugin, or what? What exactly is that? Also, can I change the Claude plugins folder to just plugins on my own? You're not tracking that in any way. This is just questions. You don't need to change anything right now. I thought it was gonna take hours to create these plugins, and it only took like 20 minutes. What's up with that? Use the same text style for today's plan, etc., but make it a little smaller. Yeah. Yeah, I want it to be like you're viewing your friend. Exactly right. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Zico. Sorry about that, Zico. That is terrible. Alright, let's go in here. Oh, it's a marketplace name? Okay, can I rename it to this, please? Finally, there we go. Now it looks much better. Okay, so I created my first plugin today with Claude Code, and my first plugin, well, I created two plugins, the Working Tree Sub Agent by me and the iOS Agent Simulator by me. The folder rename is also still free if you want. Okay, so I want to do plugin marketplace add. When I run plugin marketplace add, is that adding it to the publicly available marketplace so other people can use it, or is it just adding the local plugin on my machine only? And after answering that question, I'm curious, how would I make my plugin available publicly on the Claude Marketplace plugins? Once it's finished, I'll do a detailed description of what it does. Can I update a plugin anytime I want? Say I update a plugin and I have it installed already, I could update it, change it, and it'll be improved and replaced. just a question. The Space Invader run is nice though. What do you mean by that, Mookort? I know you're over there. I might need a break from this salad. I'm starting to get full. I'm starting to get full. A lot. Everything moved intact. No. Plugin marketplace ad is local only. I've registered a catalog on your machine. It writes an entry to here and nothing else. No upload, no network push, no visible to anyone else. You can see the shape. Yours would record a local directory path instead of GitHub. It's purely where you look for plugins. David, where are you about, David? In what part of the world? Path A, self-host on GitHub. Okay, so here's the thing. Right now, guys, what's happening is I'm about to add my plugins into Claude Code. I'm just verifying that my plugins aren't going to get pushed to the public marketplace within Claude Code, but I am going to create a GitHub repository that then attaches into the marketplace. See, this is plan path B, get listed in Anthropic's official catalog. So the official marketplace catalog is a third-party plugin that lives on their own repos. So I have to create my own repository to put these plugins somewhere online. One thing to clean up first. There's Lonnie Day specific code. Oh, what the heck? Cosmetic and Magdeburg as example devices in the docs. Slightly odd for strangers. Exactly. Exactly. I need to clean it up. Clean up, everybody, everywhere. Yes, could you please clean that up for me? In the plugin where it has the Lonnie Day agent, I just make that called just make it agent. Just call it agent instead. Agents working on my computer, hacking everything, everywhere, all the time. Should get a quick workout. Germany. You're in Germany. Should get a quick workout in. I'm gonna put away my salad real quick. Put this away. I'm gonna drink some water. Drink some water. Oh, today's a chill day, guys. To be honest, in Jamaica, your homies stretch further for everything except food. Why is it food? Alright. Why is food different? I'm gonna work out in a second, but I just wanted to I'm gonna do a quick workout, but I just want to let this food settle down because I just ate so much. Clean up. The agent device is now just agent everywhere. Wait, were you able to find where I just changed the actual project to? Wait a second. Because I just changed the folder system and I didn't tell you. But you just found where it was located. Just to verify that you just did that. That was crazy, guys. Did you just see that? It created a project for the plugins in this folder called Claude-plugins. And I didn't want it in here. I wanted to put it in this vibing folder and call it plugins. And I moved it. And I didn't really tell it. And then I gave it another prompt without telling that where I moved it. And it found it. Yes, that's what happened. I found it by accident. I ran a thing against Claude plugins and got no such file directory found. Then I checked for /plugins. The rename you mentioned, not there. Listed all of the things, no plugins folder. It just found the folder, guys. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's insane. It found it because it was looking for it. It was the only thing I gave it was I gave it that I renamed the folder to plugins. So it actually did know that I labeled the folder plugins, but it didn't know that I dropped it into a subfolder. So it had to find the plugins folder within the other one. So I guess it kind of knew a little bit of information. Still pretty good though. That's still pretty good because I'm not even in that directory. Like this current working directory isn't even in that folder. It's in a different folder. That's kind of insane actually. It's pretty cool. Claude is like on another level. Okay, can you give me the information to add this into my plugins just to verify it's working properly before I actually put it onto anywhere public from you know, I'll just keep it as a local project until I put it onto GitHub. So you said it was plugins, add, marketplace, something like that, to add my local plugin that I created. Once I do that, you told me that I needed to mention that the plugin is enabled, and then you're going to have to remove some of the information that we created that is duplicate, something like that, like duplicate, like the working subagents equals one flag that does a bunch of other stuff in my projects, correct? We have to do that. So can you just make sure you give me all the information I need to give you to do the right thing once I implement this? So the problem that's going to be occurring is that this plugin is implementing the exact same like skills that I gave Claude in my settings.json. So so the plugin is going to be being like implemented twice. Because it's like something I already was doing in the settings basically. So I have to make sure I delete all that custom stuff inside my CloudMD and settings files. For anyone who's not a coder, you're probably wondering what's going on. Everything confirmed. Here's exactly what to do. Step 1, add your marketplace local only, nothing published. Plugin, marketplace, add plugins. Install both the plugins. Open find marketplace, install both the plugins. There's my plugins. Epic Mind, look what we just made. iOS Agent Simulator. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Guys, look what we just made. iOS Agent Simulator plugin. Gives Worktree sub-agents their own headless iOS simulator permanently separate from the one that you use and keeps every simulator out of the foreground. Installed my own plugin. And then let's go to my second plugin and let's install that. Browse plugins, Worktree subagent routes every code change through an isolated get worktree implemented by a subagent, then merges back and removes the working tree. Install. Okay. Step 3. Let's see. Both plugins are installed. Okay, the plugins are installed. Please implement the things you need to implement to hopefully not be doubling the same thing with the plugins installed. Thank you. Do your part. Okay. Why are we? Because it's bright. It's actually really, really bright with the sun in here a lot. Feels so much better to wear these glasses. Are the plugins gonna be public? Yeah, but I need to put them on the GitHub first. This is specifically for iOS simulators. They just were popping up all the time, and I was trying to run sub agents, and I was trying to update my app, you know, because I'll just tell it to do different things. Like, I'll be like, okay, you see this button right here, this needs to be changed, and then I want this to pop up, and then when this pops up, do that, and then all of a sudden I'm having like 3 sub agents or 5 sub agents, or however many I'm having at the time, or even just 1 sub agent, but for some reason it just keeps popping open the simulator every 5 seconds. So I thought to myself, okay, I need to make a skill or a plugin or something that can run a simulator without popping up all the time, and I can run projects with sub agents so that I can keep on giving it updates to the app, and I don't have to wait for it to finish. That way I could just make small changes at a quicker pace and not be interrupted while I'm trying to look at the app, because I'll be looking at the app and all of a sudden it's gonna build and run in the simulator, and then it closes the app and reopens it. So I was just having all these weird issues with the simulator and sub agents. So I'm gonna test out this plugin. I just installed see if it's has any bugs or needs to be updated, but once I get it perfected, it should be working pretty well, because it was working before I even switched over from the custom settings I was having in my claude.mb file. So should be working fine, but it's always worth a test before going public, you know what I'm saying? Do you mean hot reload? No, I don't mean hot reload, because something like React Native, they have a hot reload, but I'm talking about building and running inside the simulator, and the way that sub agents work in Claude Code just is different. It's different than for instance, like if I'm running React Native project or React Native, or if I'm running React, like it's obviously just gonna update when the changes are finished. It just updates. But if I'm coding a Swift native application and it needs to build and run, it's going to it does all this simulator stuff. Migration done. Do you prefer Expo, React Native, or Swift? The thing is I want my app to be able to do some complex stuff. So I'm gonna have to need to use Swift. Even if I use React Native, I'm gonna have to use Swift to do some of the stuff that I want to do, because I want to do some more lower level stuff that React Native is not gonna be able to do. So I just figured, well, I'm just gonna code it in Swift then, because I don't want to have to dance between React Native and Swift at the same time, because I'm gonna do the same thing on Android too. I'm gonna have to do a bunch of custom stuff, not now but in the future, using Flutter. I like Expo and React Native though. It's very useful. It's simple. It's super simple, but I think when things get more complex, the simplicity, it just kind of like, I don't know, it just kind of like the simplicity of React Native has limitations to it. My plans for Android is just code everything in Kotlin. Migration done. No more duplication. What I changed. Removed the working tree subagents flag, completely gone. Removed the plugins. One thing I caught and fixed. Enable plugins listed worktree subagent, but not. So it just enabled the plugins. I guess one of the plugins wasn't enabled for some reason. Simulator rules removed. They lived in Plan B's own Claude code, so they follow. Now I kept one rule that's yours regardless of any plugin. Never run my simulator on your own initiative. Okay. I have to reload plugins. Okay, reload plugins. Okay, so I'm gonna reload my plugins. I just was reading that, making sure that I know everything I need to know to change. Okay, now let's make a change, but I also it said in here that I could run sim initialize. So I want to run this to see what happens. Sim init, which should launch a simulator for the subagents. Sim init. So trailblazing. I'm curious, why is it that, Jake, why is it that you use trailblazing as your username? Is there a specific reason? Trailblazers. Oh, trailblazers. That sounds like a team. Trailblazers, that's a like a sports team from school or something. You don't like React that much? What's your GitHub username so I can check for the simulator skill later? I don't have it on there. My username is the same as YouTube. It's the same as my YouTube username, but I don't have anything on there right now, so I'll let you know when I publish it. Which agent device should the generated script target? Use plugin default. Wait, what? The old run.sh. Okay. Username because it was another team for I'm a true 33. Interesting. I've been on here a minute. Saturday. Let's see. Got notifications. Notifications, huh? Okay, I have add you back on Discord. Okay. Yep. I got let me see. Where should I go on Discord right now? Discord. It's broken. Okay, stream music closes off during this. Hold up. 1 second. 1 second, guys. Okay, so what I'm implementing is I finally am getting this plugin installed and running, and I just making sure that it's not it was conflicting with the previous setup I had, because it wasn't a plugin before I created the plugin. It was working as custom settings I had in Claude code settings at JSON / Claude.md. So I basically had it, and now I kind of want to just say something like this. Okay, now everything seems to be set up and working properly, so I just want you to verify that the plugin and my previous settings are not conflicting, because the plugin should be housing all of the execution of working tree subagents, and my iOS simulator that launches and runs for those subagents in the working tree. They should it should all be working from the plugin standpoint and not from my original settings that I had set up in Claude Code, and with the settings at JSON, and also with the Claude.md. Can you please verify that the Claude.md in the project and everything is just not conflicting with how it's going to be implementing these sub agents and working trees, and also make sure the simulator isn't conflicting. Also, can you clean up anything that's from the old setup? I noticed that I have a simulator that's called Lonnie agent inside of my device list, which I think is a lingering simulator from the previous setup. So can you clean up anything like that? Just can you do a quick overhaul and notice anything from the old setup that's not needed with the 2 plugins that just were implemented. And then just make sure the ClaudeMD file it has everything it needs to being using the plugins properly instead of the old setup that I had for working tree sub agents and this iOS simulator plugin. What is talking about? CloudMD. CloudMD. Is that what I said? Claude.md. Claude. Oh gosh. Okay, let me just run it up in here. Reopen. Pending. For anyone who doesn't know, there is a Discord that you can share whatever you're working on. So if you're vibe coding right now or working on any projects, just type !Discord and you can go chat, share your builds in there. And like if you have a screenshot or something, because YouTube chat can't share screenshots or anything. I know J35, you're always working on stuff like that game you shared earlier today, which was super cool. I always like playing your games that you make. You should think about putting a little bit more time into one that you are interested in. I think the last thing you created was kind of cool. If you just like, did you use Claude Code to make that? I'm just curious, because I noticed you're using Vercel. Once this gives me the prompt, I'm gonna start. Once this gives me the green light, then I finally can start getting back to working on the actual app. It's crazy how much configuration is required to use sub agents and working trees and code sometimes. Use Qwen chat. It's a pretty good design, actually. I'm actually shocked by the design. It's not bad. $4 per month. Audit done. The short answer, your live config was already clean One real conflict in the project, Claude MD plus 3 leftover details. There was a conflict in my Claude MD where working tree subagents no longer existed. Yes, I want you to clean up the 2 things that you just mentioned. Please remove the working tree subagents and the old simulator in worktree.sh hook. And update delete the screenshots and the working trees that are no longer necessary or in the old directory. Clean both of those things up. I use my iPhone. I actually use my iPhone. Let's go, Said. Said. No, thank you so much. Well, here's the thing. Here's the reason why it's so nice looking, to be honest, is because what the iPhone does is, like, look at my hand. It captures an exposure. I don't know if you know about camera settings and how cameras work, but it's capturing the background and it's capturing me in 2 different exposures, and then it's using software and then like a neural engine to merge in real time merge the 2 exposed videos, but they're basically images because every single video is just a bunch of images, and they're merging both the images into one, and no other camera does that. So that's why I'm using my iPhone for this live stream, because I have a Sony FX3, and if anybody knows, like, those things are nice cameras. Like Sony FX3, like, let's just go B&H. Like, these are nice cameras. I have this camera, and it's not cheap or anything, and it captures low light like really good. But I'm telling you that the iPhone can capture this frame better than that camera, because of the software technology that Apple implements into the exposure settings, capturing 2 frames at once, capturing 2 exposures at once. It's pretty incredible. Sony with the FX3, they just capture 1 exposure, and it has a good dynamic range. It has a really good dynamic range, like one of the best for like the size of this camera. You know, and it doesn't even come close to the iPhone in this situation. It's actually pretty cool. I'm shocked how good the iPhone is. But it's not good at everything. The Sony FX3 is better at some other things like resolution, sharpness. I mean, there's a lot of other stuff that this is better for in certain ways. But to be honest, I would say just trust it. I get the latest iPhone and just use that. It's super easy. It's so simple too. The thing about this one is the settings are really complex and complicated, and it requires a lot more work to get in post-production to get everything looking the way you want it to look. So sorry, I'm trying to paste this into here. Both cleanups done and the final sweep. So the iPhone is better because it's just way faster. It's straightforward. You don't have to mess around with settings, exposure. It just does it automatically perfectly every time. And it saves time, headache. Just drop the video right into the timeline and it's already perfect. So I would definitely recommend doing that. Can you remove the working tree subagent that's contained in the claude.md file? And that should be the last thing, correct? Trailblaze. Jake, yeah, it's the FX5 just came out too. So, like I've been watching this. So for anyone who's like really into cameras, recently this Sony FX5 came out, and it's actually it's more complex than the Sony FX3. So it's going to require even more messing around with the settings. It has a bigger LCD, which is nice, but it lost like this little wheel right here because the OG FX3 has this little wheel. Wait, I don't want to zoom in like that. It has this little wheel right here, which is really nice for navigating the menu, but now this one doesn't, so it's a little bit more complicated. The menu system, it seems complex, but it has a bunch of features that are better than the FX3. So I thought about maybe selling my FX3. Maybe. I don't know. I kind of like it. I don't really know if I need the FX5. It doesn't seem like that much of an upgrade. Only like a little bit of an upgrade. How many of you guys are into cameras? The iPhone is just insane at exposure, and I trust it so much. It's way better than the DJIs because I also have DJI, like you know those DJI Pocket cameras or whatever, Osmo Pocket 3 or whatever, Pocket 4. I have one of these too, which, what the heck? Would I have to go to Canada to see this? I used to have to go to Canada to see this, so this link. There it is. These just came out too, but they also have the same issue. They have the same issue, which is they don't have like the sick software that Apple has for the exposure. Alright, let me just verify this is done. Yes, please drop that section too. Do I have any drones? Yes, I do. I have this one. I have this one. DJI. What's it called? It's just a mini one. DJI drones. Let's just go to the actual drones. This one. I had the mini Pro. It's nice because it's small. Like you see this little photo right here. It's small, so you can carry it around easily. Some of the other ones are like super big, and I just found myself not carrying around because one time I had a bigger one, and I don't know, just felt annoying to carry around. I don't use it that much though. Drop the project. Now it's purely lying to its own facts, which drives. Okay, I'm gonna open up the actual Claude.md file. I want to see what it looks like, because oh wait, I have it in here. Will it show up in here? Whoa. Why doesn't Xcode let me see Claude.md files inside of the terminal or whatever it's called, IDE? What's up with that? I'm just curious, if someone else were to install the skill, the iOS skill, would they be able, would it actually run properly from a standpoint of the human and the worktree agents in the two simulators, or would they have to add that into their Claude.md file? I'm just wondering if that's in the plugins that own MD file or like information to prompt the user like that. Also, is there a way to add a slash command within Claude to just do slash sim and then the slash sim just runs the human simulator, and then I can do like the slash, I think it was like sim init or something, which would initialize the agent simulator, but I could change the slash to be like slash agent sim and slash sim, and then that way I have two slashes to start off whether I want to initialize the human simulator or the agent simulator. I'm just wondering if that makes sense. to you in this plugin implementation? That's a crucial factor. Sorry, vocabulary small. Zico. I want to tap into my journaling and meditation and stuff, and then when I get back into doing that, then I may start making videos. All right, Zico, Billy, you into hardware stuff like building drones or building some stuff with Raspberry Pi? I really want to create an IoT device. I think that would be so cool. Raspberry Pi. Let me look it up. Raspberry Pi. I really want to create a IoT device to like take some of the coding skills I have and try to. I've never done this before, so I've never made an IoT device, and I've never like done stuff with Raspberry Pi, but like I know enough about like obviously like software engineer, so I can figure out what I need to learn to create something. I've already learned so much about software. What do people usually what language do people usually code with a Raspberry Pi? Python is what they do. I would love to make something that is in the real world and like does something like a robot. Would be so cool. A robot. I had a friend in high school who made a robot that solved the Rubik's Cube in like under some amount of seconds or whatever. It was kind of cool because he had a camera. He had like a camera hooked up to it, and it had these little hands that would just like do everything. And I thought it was pretty badass. I was shocked that he coded it himself. That was around the time when I was getting into learning how to code, but I got into making like websites at the time in like the OG way with HTML and JavaScript. That was the beginning for me. Good questions and checking turning up a real hole. Thanks for the hearts. Whoever's hearting it up. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys vibe coding with me and hanging out. And I hope you're having a good day today. Right now I'm just reading this information for implementing this plugin that allows, it's going to allow you guys to run in the simulator if you want to. So /sim will open the simulator, /agent sim will open up the agent simulator so that you can run sub agents and have those agents access what they need to access from the simulator. Because I noticed that they like opening up the simulator. Yes, I want you to implement all of this. This makes a lot of sense to me. And I just want to make sure that the agent simulator will work whether it's closed or open for capturing what it needs, what the agent needs to view the actual project. That's the key. And will the person viewing the actual simulator be able to see what's being viewed by the agent when it's open? But yes, I want you to go and build all of this, implement all of this, and then just answer those questions. Also, is there a way to do... Is there a way to initialize the simulator, like, on, like, say if the sim /sim in it hasn't been ran, but somebody gives a prompt and then a working branch is created, and then it, you know, can it initialize on its own, the sim init? Just, it doesn't have to be initialized by a human, right? Just wanted to verify that too. And you can just do the actual work, and if you have a question in the middle of what you're working, just ask me, and I'll select the answer. Cops are coming. Cops are coming! Oh, maybe it's a fire department. They hyped up Neobots in the US a few months back, but it was just hype. Not just, thanks so much. I appreciate that compliment. Burning too many tokens and the fire department's coming. Simonate was never run in the repo, so it doesn't exist. What should I do? Auto, scaffold, then continue. Auto, scaffold, and then continue. We're so close to getting this plugin finished. I had a feeling that there was something wrong with it when I saw this. So if you guys are curious why I'm giving Claude this information, it's because I don't want to have this into my Claude.md file on my personal Claude.md file, because this should all be a part of the plugin right here. So in theory, I really shouldn't need to have this information, and all this information should be inside the plugin. So that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to move this into the plugin and then have Claude just implement it via slash command. So if I do slash sim, it opens up the simulator, slash agent sim, it opens up the agent simulator, and then there's like an initializer that it could auto run if it needs to auto run it, and then there's the sim doctor, which just checks the health of if the machine has like FFmpeg installed or whatever. So I think based on the way that this is being implemented, FFmpeg needs to be installed. So I could ask Claude if it does, but on this plugin that I just installed with the iOS simulator that I created locally, I'm just wondering, does FFmpeg need to be installed as a prerequisite to running this plugin? Just a question. I'm pretty sure it does, but I just want to see, just verify. Billy vibe hacker of Hawaii. Yes, because it J35, what happened is it shoot, I think I wanted to save that. No, it's optional and only for one feature. You already have it anyway. Yeah, but it's for other people. Where is it used in? It is used in there. It's used for motion capturing because it's an FFmpeg tool, so it can record the screen of the simulator, and then Claude Code can tell what the app looks like and change the UI based on what it sees, because it told me it can't see unless it records. I need to update the plugin. I need to update the plugin with an error message when FFmpeg isn't installed. Maybe research on /loop for Cloud Code to offstream, maybe that might be useful. You're gonna be doing some Spanish and English chats? This is printing out a response, I think, so it's about to be done. Whenever I see it start doing this, I know it's about to be done. You guys ever notice it? I need the plugin, the iOS simulator plugin. I need this one to give an error message if FFmpeg isn't installed, because FFmpeg is a required installation so that the sub-agents can see what's happening inside of the simulator. Do you know what I'm saying? So if a command is ran and that FFmpeg is not installed, then either it should give an error and well, actually, like, it should default to asking the user if you can install FFmpeg for them, because I'm pretty sure you're able to install it for them, correct? But just like default to asking the user, do you want me to install FFmpeg on your machine because you need it to run the agent simulator? Any plans for the weekend? Just hang out. Just go to the beach and just chill. Nothing crazy. I'm not really somebody who lives for the weekend. I don't know. I'm like I'm such a person. I like vibe coding, working out, eating healthy, chilling at the beach, going to catch a wave is what I do, and I don't like go out to do other things than that. I'm a pretty simple person. Yeah, I do like meditation stuff in the morning. Stretching, I do stretching. I'm a pretty simple person. I really don't like someone earlier in the chat said you're here in the computer coding when you could be out there on a jet ski hanging out with people having fun. And to be honest, like, I like vibe coding. Oftentimes when I'm just hanging out on a boat or out doing nothing, I feel like I'm just wasting my time. I don't know. I don't feel the meaning in it. I don't feel like meaning in it or something. There isn't a purpose. Like, if you notice, like, when, you know, today I'm pretty chill, but you notice when I get like super hyped up and super talking about my project and why it matters to me and my story and everything, and I derive a lot of meaning in what I'm doing. And when I'm just kind of like out in the world doing stuff just for me and myself, then I just start to feel like it's a waste of time. But if I'm like if I'm doing things that are like, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I don't find that much fun in just like what maybe some other people find fun in. Like, I think a lot of people find fun in just like drinking and hanging out. But for me, that's not something that's fulfilling. Do I write any code manually? Yeah, I did for 10 years. I wrote code manually, but now that AI is out, I doubt I'm gonna write that much code manually anymore, because you know what I mean? I could highlight text. Like watch this. Watch this. I could highlight this text right here. Let me just drop in. Wait, let me not change something that actually matters really quickly. That actually matters, so let's not do that. But like, let's just drop this piece of code in here. I want to drop an actual piece of code so you guys can see something. Okay, let me drop this piece of code in here that's just test. And I could just go like this, give it to Claude. Let's do something. Let's do this right now. This is interesting. Because this is answering the question, will I ever code by hand, manually, ever again? Because I could drop this piece of code in here and I could say, what I want you to do is turn this single page index.js file into I want you to turn it into an HTML file that I can load into my browser that says hello world, and it has a little smiley face that appears and disappears on the screen in every 3 seconds. It shows up and goes away in random locations. Can you do that for me? And then I just say that. And then it's gonna look at this file and it's gonna start changing it to exactly what I say. I don't know what it's doing. Can you please implement this for me? Why did it just stop though? That's the problem. I hope it just did it in the correct folder though. I'm overwriting this with the new standalone HTML file. What the heck? Where the heck did you just put that? Where did you just put this on my machine? Can you give me the exact file path? Jeez. Thought that was gonna be easier. Oh my gosh. Put it inside of there? I don't see it. Honestly, I did not see that in there. Okay, for some reason that was more complicated than I expected. I actually wanted to change this to be an actual update, something simple to this without using Claude in the actual VS Code. So oh, this because this is an iPhone app. This is an Expo Go iPhone app project. And I was trying to make an HTML file with inside of it. And I think Claude just got super confused at what I was trying to do. But I was trying to give a simple example of like how I could easily update that, but I guess I'll just do it somewhere else in a actual HTML thing. Let me, I really want to create like a new folder. Let's just call this, hello world. Okay. This is what I want to do. I want to drop in this hello world into, dude, what is going on? But I don't want it to be in here. I want it to be in live coding. And then I wanted this to go in here. And then I want to go into Claude so I can show an example really quickly. Okay. Can you create me a simple page that says hello world right in the middle of it? HTML, super simple, nothing else. And then can you make this a get repository and commit this simple HTML file to a get repository? That's all. I just want it to be HTML. Because I want to give an example to the person earlier who said, do you write code manually anymore? And then I literally was just trying to give a quick example, but I didn't want to have to open up my phone and go to Expo Go to show the changes that were made inside of that thing. So now I have to create this little hello world example because I want to show something. So okay, so I just told Claude Code to make this hello world. You used to have to type everything by hand. So okay, so everything that was just typed into this file, hello world file, which is a common thing that people do when they learn how to code, you'd have to type all this. You'd basically type all this, but you wouldn't, because you would go into Stack Overflow and then you would manually probably just copy most of this and then just type hello world in there. But then when things get more complicated, then you have to type all this out. So I would never code anything manually by hand, because I could tell Claude Code like this. I could say, I could just copy this text right here and say like, I mean, I don't even really have to copy it. All I have to say is, you see where it says hello world, add a paragraph tag below that says my name is Billy, and then it'll just literally just do that, and we'll see the updates. And then the thing is though, like once you get into like coding with functions and stuff, like if I add a for instance like a complicated function that does like a calculator app, like we could make it a calculator in like 2 seconds. So it just makes no sense why I would do all this typing and coding when I could specifically target specific areas in my code. So if I want this specific body to be changed or this specific thing to be changed, I could say change the height of the HTML body to 50%, and then it will just change this to 50%. Or if I had like I wish I had a like JavaScript in here so I could show like from a standpoint of like functions. So let me just create like a actual function. Let's just open up another window here, or let's close this. Let's go like this, split down. Let's go like this. Let's go Claude. I just need more. I need more. Can you update the app? Because I want this HTML to be removed. I don't want hello world, and I don't want my name is Billy. See guys, it already add my name is Billy right there. I want both of these to be removed, and then I want a calculator added in there, and I just want you to use plain JavaScript. I don't want you to use TypeScript. I don't want you to use React. Just use plain JavaScript and just add a simple calculator that loads in the middle of the screen. I want it to be like in the center and kind of like on the smaller size. But like, you see how it add the paragraph tag, what I said I wanted, and then it put my text that I wanted. And then when I go in here, it's gonna be right there. My name is Billy, hello world. But when it's making an app, it could do complex things. Like I could do, look at all this going on, all this buttons, the amount of code that you have to write to make all this is so much. So it just makes 0 sense for me to code. And it makes way more sense for me to just tell it what I want it to do. And you could get super specific, and you could drill down into the exact line that you want it to change. Or you could be super vague, and you could just tell it to make something complex and let it just go off and do a bunch of stuff for you. But I just feel like manually editing code is old school, and people who manually edit code is probably to fix a bug, to fix an issue that the AI is just struggling with trying to fix. Create a voice channel, you saying? How long have I been by coding? Oh, not that long. I just started to learn how AI works. Or not AI, but basically Claude. I started to learn how Claude works and how their plugins work and how their skills work and how the MCP servers work and how it can read images. It's really accurate at reading images, so if you're trying to make a design in a specific way, I would have Claude Code look at your images. If you can create a design in an image, you can create a design with Claude Code. You could create an app with Claude Code if you could design it in an image, basically. So you could almost draw it out with a pencil and a paper and then have Claude turn the pencil and paper drawing into a wireframe and then have the wireframe turned into an app. And then ask Claude to create a database with the app, and then there you go. Now your app's on the App Store. Done. 33 insertions passes across 3 suites. What FFmpeg does now fails before the build, not after. Previously a build recorded 6 seconds, then discovered it couldn't extract frames. Now it checks first and exits immediately. Verify it never reaches the build step. The error tells the agent exactly what to do. FFmpeg is required. It detects whether homebrew exists and adopts. Okay, so it just beeped, which means this execution is done. So it means it just finished writing. So here's the HTML file now that says hello world, and you see all this code it wrote to make this all this code it wrote to make a calculator. Wrote all this for me. I didn't have to write any of it. I used to have to write every single one of these lines. Just pain in my butt. And then to make a calculator. So it's like a simple 2 plus 2 equals 4. 2 plus 2 equals 4. Oh, but it doesn't show me the plus when I click plus. It doesn't actually show me plus. So then I could change that right now. I could fix that. And for instance, I wanted to show you guys how you could get so into the weeds if you wanted to. So like if I came in here, the number shown at the beginning, current equals 0. So all I could do is I could go like this, and I could say I want this to be set to 1, and it would set it to 1. But let's just change something more complicated. Clear all. Okay, so watch this. Watch this, okay, ready? I'm gonna go into here and say Claude Code. This function called clear all, I want the current to be set to actually 1000. So inside of this function, current equal 1000. Okay, so now look at this. What is it, updated? What, have to reload the page or what? Oh, it's still working. Oh, it's because I have so many agents open. I don't want this agent open. I don't want that agent. Yeah, I was trying to give an example of how specific that you could be with Claude, that like you could tell it some simple changes and it will listen to you. It takes way too long to do anything though. Simple. So there's no point in doing simple things with it. It might as well just do complex things. That's why I think this is probably the most best way to use manual code, is when you know that you could just change something simple and it's fixed. Like I have done that before actually, but I just don't think I will be writing like functions or writing like complex pieces of code. But like if there's like a little thing that I could that's easy to fix, like this. Okay, so it finished. So now every time I come in here and I click clear, it gets set to 1000. So you see how it does that? So I can never reset it back to 0. Now it resets back to 1000. And so I don't know. It's just like that's my explanation. That's my long-winded explanation for why I feel like using Claude is just going to be something I always use when I'm coding, and I don't think I'll ever stop coding manually unless it's such a simple change like that. Like if it's just like to change this to 0, then like I'll just change it to 0, and then now when I go back to here, then I go and it's now every time I click this it goes to 0. So like that's about as much manual coding I'll do. But if it's like I'm trying to change this function to do something differently, then I'll just say literally like, okay, choose op, I need this function to do this instead of this, and then it will just come in here and it will update this function, and then I don't have to do it. And I don't know, stuff like that. Like it's just like, I don't know, I wouldn't want to just type out all the code myself. It's just, but some people may want to learn how to code before they start using Claude Code to do everything for them, because it will help you understand, it will help you fully understand what it's doing. But I need to get a workout in because my energy level's feeling low. Low. I think it's helpful to be able to know how to code. But I don't think it's necessary to actually code functions though. I think because I've been coding for over 10 years and I would say that it's good to know how to code. It's good to know the architecture of how you know how to interact with like APIs or how to like whatever use an SDK somebody else created or something like that. It's good to know like how to create like classes and functions and like implement well-written code and stuff like that, so you understand if you're creating sloppy stuff or if you're creating good code with Claude, and also to understand if you're just building a good system. But honestly, it's not necessary to actually type every single word out nowadays. It's not necessary. What languages have you coded in? I made an iPhone app, obviously in Swift. I made an Android app in Kotlin. I made a Chrome extension that was written in. That was an OG written in just like what Google wanted, which is just JavaScript basically and HTML, because that's what Chrome extensions are. And then I built integrations into CRMs. The app like integrated into CRMs, so I had to do that. And then I had to build a backend server that was for video processing because it was a video tool. And then so I built like an API and everything like with Node.js, and then just like obviously a website. Well, actually, it was like a web app. It wasn't just a website. Like I built a web app that was like functioning, and it had a lot of use cases like in a software aspect because it was a video tool. So it wasn't just like a simple marketing website, you know what I mean? Sometimes people create like basic websites, but so yeah, I had I had to learn React. I had to learn everything. I wrote some PHP back in the day when that was popular, but then I stopped doing that because now everything's in TypeScript basically. I learned Rust, but I'm not very good at it. I just took a course on it, like online course on it, just to learn that a little bit, but I haven't built anything with it. And you know, just like I'm a full stack developer, so I can pretty much code anything. Other than like I'm not like super good at like low end stuff. Like more, I think I'm probably better at like front end than I am back end. But I could still do backend stuff because I had to do video processing on a server for my API. Okay, let me get back to what I was doing. I need to finish this plugin. Okay, I need to finish this plugin. I'm getting a little bit sleepy, actually. Okay, where was I left off? I'm just trying to catch up where I left off because I was talking about coding in AI for so long. It detects whether homebrew exists. So I'm working on a plugin right now, guys, that manages simulators for when using subagents with Claude Code. And there's a /agent sim skill /doctor skill, and I added an error for if ffmpeg isn't installed because that reads the window of the simulator. Actually, Lonnie Days existing won't pick it up. I have to run plugin update. Reload plugins. Reload skills. Is there anything in my Claude MD file that is unnecessary after this plugin update? What's up, G-Man? Welcome back to the stream. Yo, Billy, I'm gonna head out. Thank you, Seago. See you later. Nice to see you today. I hope you've coded something awesome, added something cool to your project. Yo, Mr. Hart, thank you so much. Moo Corp, see you later. See you later, guys. You're taking motion coding graphics? I'm not leaving. I'm just saying goodbye to people who are saying goodbye to me in the chat. I'm still coding. App is... I haven't made much progress today on the app because I've been working so much on this plugin, which allows me to work on the app better because it allows me to work on the app better because it lets me run sub-agents. Are agents just individual terminal instances where you launch Claude? No, it's Trailblazer Jake. I should publish it, yeah. Spotify, that would be cool. DistroKid. Had to work a lot today, that's why I missed most of it. Oh no, that's cool. Sub-agents or agents, just individual terminal instances where you launch Claude? Yeah, essentially yes. You just open up another terminal window and then you just type in Claude in your project and then you got another agent. It's as simple as that. But then there's also something called sub-agents, which a single agent can run sub-agents, and I think that's interesting because it's like this one terminal window can run another sub-agent if you instruct it to do so. So that's useful. I would recommend looking into that. Yes, a bit. Turning up something more important than the trimming. In the plugin, I want you to mention sim, the /sim and /agent in the claude.md file. And yeah, I definitely want that to be mentioned properly in there and documented in there properly in the plugin for other people too. Also, are both of these plugins Git repositories? After you make that change, can you just answer that question? I do know that if you're trying to build and run something in the simulator, I don't know what you're trying to code, Kiki, like if you're trying to make an iPhone app, it does use a lot of RAM. Like I noticed that, when I am running the simulators, when the app is built and running, it uses tons of RAM. So the key is you want to go into your and it also uses a lot of CPU power. So what you want to do is you want to use this -- jobs flag. If you're coding in Xcode with iOS simulators, have it limit. Ask this to Claude. Say, Claude, how many CPU cores do I have, and how do I limit the amount of CPU cores that my simulator, when I build and run my project, is allowed to have access to? And then implement what it replies with. It'll be like a -- flag, jobs flag. It's the actual work they spin up. Yeah, okay, Kiki. Are you doing a Xcode project like me? I just need to know if you're doing an Xcode project. No, I use one agent at a time for a full stack Next.js project. Okay, then I'm not sure what your issue is. I'm not sure why the agents would be overloading your system. If you have a Mac computer, I would open up Activity Monitor and watch it. I don't know what issue you're talking about. Sorry. What? I'm not sure what issue I'm having that you're mentioning. Documentation. The plugin now opens with commands, so anyone who enables it immediately no readme hunting. I added 2 things. Okay, so what the plugin does is there's a /simulator command /agentsim /siminit /simdoctor, because this is an iOS simulator plugin. When you use your Mac to do typical have lots of windows open. Yeah, I do have lots of windows open. You pointed out one agent was slow. The hello world one, where you told it to edit the current 1000. It wouldn't process with the task even though it was minimal. Oh, I see. Yeah, what was that about? I'm not sure what that was about. That was because of the internet. Yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, like when I just wanted to change one simple line of code. Yeah, why did that take so long? Let's try it again. Let's figure it out. Okay, so let's try to change the same thing actually. Let me just make sure I'm in the right project. I want to change this function, the clear all function, and I want to change the current equal to 1001. 1001. Okay, so let's see the issue, okay? If I execute this, first what happens is it's thinking, so that's all just in the internet. Pretty sure it just sent my information to the internet, and now it replied 2 readings of the first part. When you say change this function to clear all, do you want the function renamed? No. This is all the internet, so don't worry about this right now. No, I just want the actual variable current equal to 1001 within that function. Okay, now it's about to do it. So this is all the internet. Once it starts doing tokens, see that? Tokens. It's not really doing anything on my computer. Now it's running a shell command. So this is being run on my computer. So that's going to use resources. Like, that'll use whatever you want to call CPU usage. And then it's using the internet. So it's basically all so now it's asking me a question, but it's using 2,600 tokens. There's nothing you could do to fix this. I think there's a skill out there that cuts credit costs by detecting the weakest model needed to accomplish a task in this particular scenario would switch to Sonnet. Interesting. I see what you're saying, but I don't think there's a way to actually stop it from thinking it, whatever model you're using. Like there's ways to make it, like Caveman. Let's look up what Caveman does. Caveman. Let's see what this does. Caveman is a skill plugin for Claude Code. Where's the actual information we want to use? Why use so many tokens when fewer tokens do the trick? Claude code skill that cuts 65% of the tokens by talking like a caveman. Cut 65% of your tokens down. So there you go, Kiki, you could do that. I think this caveman skill is what we're trying to install here. Fewer words, same work. Okay, so it updated it, and it took... How do you see how many tokens it took for... 33,000 tokens? What the heck? Sharing a link to view library of skills to use Claude code. It's so interesting to see you guys hanging out in the same project. What's up, JCW? 33,000 tokens to change a 0 to basically to change one number. That's ridiculous, if you ask me. I just noticed that I used 33,000 tokens to implement the last command, which was only to change one single number. So I'm wondering, what would you recommend to improve this? I'm looking at this caveman skill that I could install, but is there anything other than that you recommend? Let's just ask Claude to see. Claude's gonna be like, install the opposite of caveman, where I talk more. That's how it's gonna work, and then it just recommends to use more tokens. GPT deleted your entire repo. Billy, you asked me like 4 questions, dude. Sol, Zico, what's going on? Yeah, she must be having a bad day or something. Do I have any big projects planned that made me want to use Opus 5 to accomplish it? Yes. I see your question. Soul, man. That is true. I do have a big project. Alright. Yeah, Zico. It's okay. Sometimes I get really locked in and then I don't see all the chats, so I apologize. But I always try to go back and make sure I read everything, so. Alright, I'm almost finished with this skill. I just want to put this skill. Yeah, anything you put your mind to, you can do. for sure. I definitely think that way. Okay. The plugin isn't where most of your 30K went. Oh, this is the information for the yeah, basically it's like use a cheaper model. So yeah, you want to, yeah, so you want to use a cheaper model. CG is my first name. Oh, it's your first time here? My apologies, so man, for missing your question originally. I saw it. Yeah, I'm vibe coding. Okay, all right. Let's go. Okay, nothing to worry about. Yep, nothing to worry about. We're all good here. Okay, okay, so let's use the plugin. Let's see if I have the plugin installed and reload enabled. Reload. Wait, slash. I need to put slash reload. And then I want to say plugins, which I have them installed. I have iOS Agent Simulator enabled, iOS Simulator Skill enabled. Where's my other plugin? Working tree subagent enabled. Okay. Do I have to update my CloudMD file in any way to reflect the changes that were just made, recent ones? I'm from Hawaii. Actually, I'm originally from Ohio. You're in Ohio right now? Oh, nice. That's cool. GC Web Design. What do you do? Is that your business? Are you a do you do web design for a business or? Started living here like my first time to Hawaii was like 6 years ago. Then stayed for like many months, but then I left and then I came back again, and then I've been here full time for a while. But you're a freelance full stack web developer, so you help other people like with their projects and stuff like that. How do you find do you use the sorry, I'm just distracted right now. Copy. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, it's a big city. A lot of people. I'm locked in today, guys. How long have I been streaming? Seriously. Even within Dash V. I'm trying to get some information. Oh, there we go. It's because I didn't copy it. There we go. Short answer to your question, no. Neither Claude MD needs updating, but turn up something. Okay, that's an issue. I can't even run /sim because it won't let me, because it runs something different. That's broken. Do you see that? Because I'm trying to run /sim and it runs simplify. Okay, so that's the issue. Okay, I want to run /sim, but it's running /simplify, so that's kind of an issue with this plugin that I'm having. So what would you recommend the solution to be for this? It misspelled. It got. I guess I said simplified instead of simplify. But I gotta go full screen for a second so I can check something on my computer real quickly. Whoops. That was funny. How should we resolve the sim versus simplify collision? The user sim plus agent sim recommended. Yeah, I think that. My sim. I think my sim. Let's implement that. Cause it's conflicting. Do I have any brothers or sisters? Yes, I do. They don't live here though, but they come here oftentimes. You haven't tried Opus 5 yet? Well, apparently the bug issue with Opus 5 that I found out before I got on live today was this one, is that Opus 5's effort level, it goes, or when the effort level is set above high, the coding scores in the benchmarks go down. Isn't that interesting? Renamed consistent everywhere guard and templates. Your commands are now mysim, agent sim, siminit, sim doctor. No prefixes. Simplify anymore. How do I stop the simulator, like my simulator or an agent sim? Is there a possibility to do that with the command, or? Okay, let's see here. Let's see what this one says. So I just realized there's no way to stop the actual plugin that I'm building for Claude Code. And if I'm gonna put this on the marketplace for being publicly available so you guys can download it, I want it to be the agents most never. Stop sim agent, stop sim all. The key change for your current script -- all means both of my two devices, not every similar on this machine, other projects. I don't know if I want it to be stop sim agent. Can I update this to actually say, stop my sim, stop agent sim, and then the stop sim is stop all. Let me implement this. Can I change this list to specifically change from this to this? Whoa, Command Z. I don't want all this information. Ah, shoot. Forgot to add one more thing. Yeah, coding is a lot of work, so it's crazy. My sim is a prefix of my sim stop. How do you want me to handle that? Actually, I want to give you a new command, so can you please just stop doing what you're doing right now? I have a whole update that I want to update this with. I want to update this to this. where start sim opens up my sim and start sim agent opens up the agent sim, and then the stop sim. That's how I want it to function. And then there can be also a dash dash all created as well in that. That just a better implementation, I think. Oh my god, who is this Mike guy? Who is that? Trying to yank my chain over here. What are you doing, dude? You jokester or what? Are you a comedian? Must be a comedian, dude. Mike, you're just joking around. Trying to be a comedian in chat over here. Dude, I don't know. I'm not. It's weird because I'm not. I'm actually like. The weird thing is I'm a very serious person. Like I don't really like jokes. I feel like jokes are too. I'm too gullible and I'm too serious. I like. I don't know. I take life too seriously to be joking around. To be honest. To be honest. I can't wait till this plugin is finished and I can just write a command and the simulator opens. It'll be so cool because I'm running everything via this, which is not bad. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I have no idea what that guy's talking about. It's not funny when you make the joke, when you actually make the joke keep going. I was talking to my friend at the beach the other day, and he was just like telling me like, dude, there's always gonna be people who just want to like, just like whatever. They might just be bored at their house and they just want to go on to a live and just like piss somebody off or like get a reaction from someone. And so he's like, you just gotta ignore it. You just gotta ignore it. Make a voice channel on Discord. Okay, reconstruction. Your commands are now this. So we have start sim agent v6, records a 6-second motion of both. Start sim all starts both the sims. We have stop sim agent, stop sim all. Sim init, one-time setup per repo, and sim doctor. The stop I wrote fixes both flaws. Okay, 2 things still pending. The installed copy is still the 11.11 snapshot. None of this is live. Uninstall plus reinstall, and then I'll verify against it. Oh, okay. Okay, let me just do what it said, which is to go into the actual plugin and reinstall it. I think it's just plugin marketplace add, and then I just go into my actual plugins and I drop it in. Here, the file for the found at this. Oh. Can you go ahead and do the update on Lonnie Day, the stop.sh? Can you update that? Go ahead and fix that version, and then can you give me the command exactly for installing the plugin again? How do you get 3 Claude Code chats? This is called Herder. So what I have here is just go to herder.com and you'll figure it out. HERDR.dev. One terminal, whole herd. It's a agentic terminal window. While that runs, here are reinstall commands. Try this. Cheapest may be enough and its own. Subagent's working on something. Is the plugin worktree subagent installed for the user system, not just the project? Rail too deep? No. This herder thing? Okay, so are you a developer? Because that's an interesting question. I wish the gov never nerfed Fable 5. Opus, I think Opus 5 is potentially Fable 5. I don't know why, I just have this weird feeling about how it acts. They're very similar. They're like, it almost feels the same exact thing. Dang it, I needed that. Shoot, I needed that. That's why I needed to save my... Shoot. Where is that information? Here it is. Save. Okay, I just need to save that. You're new to this stack, but you have made a few sites before. Yeah, Opus 5 seems like it's just as good as Fable 5, so. No, I haven't been using my Kimi sub. I think Kimi is a knockoff. Actually, I actually think it's a knockoff. Low-key. I don't know why I keep saying low-key. I kind of don't like that low-key's in my vocabulary, but I keep saying it. The reinstall command. I already did this. Is there a subagent running right now? Okay, can you verify that my Claude MD file that's in this project and everything in the Claude MD file in the plugin for the iOS plugin that I'm creating, can you just verify that everything is correct in the Claude MD files because of this new slash commands that I changed? Also, while you're doing that, can you just verify everything is working seamlessly and there aren't any issues with this plugin and my current setup with simulators and also with, yeah, mainly with simulators in Xcode. Okay, so it keeps saying cloud.md when I don't want it to say cloud.md, so I'm gonna come into my Whisper flow and just add something, a misspelling. Claude.md. Claude Dandy? Claude. Claude Dandy. Claude.md. 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 Why am I not getting Cloud? Every single time I say it, it says Cloud. I'm just gonna type it in. I've gotten it to say that like so many times, and it's like, what? Claude.md. Okay, it worked. Look at it, did it again. Right here. Claude.md. What the freaking heck was that? Claude and Andy? My gosh. What the heck? Claude.md. Claude and Andy? Jeez. Claude.md. 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 Claude and Andy. Look at this, Claude and Andy, dude. Claude and Andy, dude. Can't do a prompt here, I guess, on this with the whisper flow. All right, let's run the command. I don't even know if it's the right command at this point. It's gonna be talking about Claude and Andy. It's gonna be changing my whole code base to AndyMD. AndyMD. Okay. All right. I'm so close to finishing this plugin. It's gonna be so cool because, like, look at this, guys. Like, it's gonna have start the simulator agent because it's for the sub agents. It's like a simulator sub agent thing, and then we have, and it's for Xcode, right? It's for running the application right here. This is the simulator, and we're gonna be able to stop the simulator, stop all the simulators and everything. There is a weird thing right here. What is that about? I'm gonna edit this. I don't actually think it has this. And this is supposed to be doctor. Save. Okay. Perfect. Let's see what this says. Full audit done. The setup is healthy. Here is the verified state and 3 things that drifted. Plugin cache. Lifeguard test. Whatever that is. I didn't have it do that. I think it did that on its own. Stop.sh blocked in the work trees. Okay, I like that. Block it in the work trees. 2 devices. iPhone 17 Pro booted. Agent shutdown. So you need FFmpeg to use this, and you obviously need Xcode to use this. Okay, everything looks good. I just want to give the go ahead to reinstall the plugin, and then I'm gonna start testing things out. Yes, the plugin uses FFmpeg because it records the simulator screen and then it gives the frames to Claude to verify if the application is working properly the way it's meant to. What's up, James? This is a local hosting that I created for reading the output of Claude, and I save my informations to the side over here. You're asking me if you can vibe code if you don't know about coding. You could, but you may run into issues. But the good thing is you could just ask Claude, what do I need to learn to understand this issue? What would help me understand what's going on here so I could better learn about this? And then it will give you information about what to learn, and then just go and learn it. That's the coolest thing about AI. You could literally ask it what you should learn. It's super cool. What correct looks like. I gotta read this. See, because the actual response that comes out of Claude is so hard to read, so this makes it super, like, way more readable. That's why I created this localhost thing. No reinstall needed. I drifted both install copies. Source code. What to try. Sanity check. Both the devices are configured. What I would like to do is I'd like to clear all my simulators and everything that's running, and I'd like to clear any of the agent simulators that have been created, because I noticed if I open up my simulator under devices, I can see that I have an agent simulator. I have a current simulator running right now, and what I'd like to do is just quit out of every single simulator and get it started from scratch. Like, I installed the plugins that I have, the iOS simulator plugin, and I have the working tree subagents plugin installed from scratch, and then I'm just going to start implementing things, and I want to see how the plugin works as if it's like a new install, because I want to install it like as if someone else installed it onto their computer from the marketplace. I'm creating a plugin for anyone who's dropping into the stream right now. I'm creating a plugin for Claude Code that lets you manage Xcode simulators much more effectively while using subagents. So what I have is I created a system where if there's a Git repo in the project, then it will, when you execute a command, it actually creates a working tree for you, and then it runs subagent that then uses a simulator window to verify if the code is being created right, because that's what Claude was doing by default. But I wanted to make a way that the simulator was hidden out of sight, because it kept popping up all the time while the subagent was trying to code. And so that's why I'm creating this plugin. And then it lets me give commands. So like if I have a simulator running, I could give it a command to update something, and then it'll update it on a different working tree and then push it back to the main once it's finished. And then I can run the simulator in the simulator that I'm viewing, and it'll bring up that change for me, so I don't have to, because I'm coding in Swift, I'm not using React Native, so I don't do hot reloading and stuff like that. So this is the best way that works for me right now with building and running on the simulator. How clean do you want the state for the fresh install test? Full fresh install? Yeah, I want fully fresh install. I'm not trying to make any money from this plugin at all. This is free. I'm just doing this because I'm trying to make my app that I'm working on. My username on Instagram is the same as here, actually. Okay, now I'm gonna uninstall the plugin and reinstall it. So /plugin install uninstall, and then I should have another one, this one, and I'm gonna uninstall that too. And then I think the command for installing is what's the command for installing again? Can you give me the commands for installing both the plugins again? Yeah, I'm gonna push this Git repository to GitHub, and then I'm gonna make this plugin available for anybody who wants to use it. But I'm not gonna do that today. I'll probably do that. I wanna use it for a little bit, make sure there's not any bugs in it. Once I verify that it's working well, then I'll do that. And I love vibe coding, and that's why I have been on here all day. Be the one. Why didn't that give me the same prompt? Did I not uninstall it? I thought I did. Let's uninstall it first. This way, I guess, because before I thought I uninstalled it. Maybe not. There we go. Now it's installing properly. Okay. Do I have to relaunch Claude to actually get this plugin working? This is my job. I'm a software engineer and also like a front-end developer. When I was like 12 years old, I was interested in how my computer was working, so I opened up the back of it and then I like unscrewed it. It was actually I did that to a Windows computer and I also did that to a Mac. I did it to both, and I also did it to my iPod Touch at the time. And then I realized that the inside of computers are cool, but they're not like how you actually make the computer do what you want it to do. And then I learned that you gotta learn how to code to make the computer do something that you want it to do. And so then I started to just get into coding, but I was first just looking at other people's code and I was like, what the heck? Because I wasn't that old, so I was like confused. And then what I would do is I would come in here and I would like inspect element. You know how you can do this? And then I would like look at people's code like this, and I would look at like the JavaScript. Like if I go to the sources and I'll start looking at the JavaScript and I'm like, what is that? And then over time I just started learning how to like make my own websites and stuff. So, you know, /start sim. Start sim. Execute. Guys, this is my plugin being used within Claude Code right now to open a simulator window. Why is it having to do See, this is why I wanted to enable to see if there was errors, because it could potentially want to do something in not a correct way. So I gotta verify it works properly before making it live. The guard is live. The write has denied with the correct message. Reload plugins was all I needed. Oh, so sim init is required. Alright, let's try it. I gotta initialize the sim in my projects. So let me go to my actual folders to see what's happening. Oh, you see those little simulator things go away? Okay. Let's go sim initialize, which should now create some in my folder. I should get some like basically CLI scripts that let me run the simulator. So let's see if it creates it. Do you need an external stream? It seems like you just working on a laptop. Yeah, I am just working on my laptop, and I don't need an external screen. Actually, I just do everything with my computer on a laptop. XQC. This is, I vibe coded this thing on 8787 localhost. And it's a place for me to paste the whatever Claude's telling me, so I could read it better. It parses code into code blocks and stuff like that. Super nice and handy. I can also save like prompts or responses or plans or whatever if I have something like earlier today. I saved this because I was creating the plugin and it said these are the commands that I created. And so it's nice because it gets me a way to save, because otherwise this thing just keeps talking, you know what I'm saying? And then I lose the information. I don't have like a external monitor. I have I just have my MacBook Pro. Siminate complete. The refresh install path work end to end. So it creates a run script, a stop script, set up sims, and then it creates sim agent. Interesting. I just want to know what these, I want to know what these two do real quick. Let me just read this. Can you describe what these two do? Oh my gosh. I don't need all that information. What do these two scripts do? I need to know what those scripts do. That's not a monitor, Zico. That's not a monitor. One big thing I like is Claude will rewrite 2 paths for answer. It's a this thing right here is a thing that reflects light, so I can light up for the camera. Like if you see how it changes the light. It's like a little mirror reflecting thing. Because I don't want to use a light. Because lights use a lot of energy and stuff. And they also hurt my eyes. And that's why I wear glasses. Because the light's coming off of this thing from the window. And I need a brighter computer because build, install, launch headless. Oh, okay. Whoa, shoot, that does a lot. Okay, so I just was trying to get information about that. Alright, let's try to launch the simulator. Let's try to launch the app at the simulator. So we just run start. Wait, I want to see if the actual files are in there. So here they are. I have this run sh and I have a stop sh. So that's what setup sim does. It sets up the simulator scripts, and then when I run start, and you can run it straight into the actual terminal. You can run that script straight in the actual terminal window. You don't have to ask Claude, but I made it so you could say start sim like this, and then it will start the simulator through Claude Code. But if you come over here and I just go like run.sh, it'll just build it without having to use Claude tokens or anything. And I could also stop it through the terminal too. So it's super cool. It's super useful. You're about to find out what it does once Claude executes my command. Zico, you like into cameras and stuff, filming? There's one thing you like about Claude is it writes 2 pages for an answer. Oh, you use Caveman? CJ, did you see the Caveman skill? Because I was just looking at that today. It's cuts 75% of your tokens down. Because it tells Claude to stop basically giving you giant responses. I like the information, so I don't know if I want to tell Claude to stop giving me information. But if that's something you're looking for. Then it's up to you. Okay, so Stop Sim will shut down only your device and leave the other simulators alone. Stop All covers yours plus the agents. Okay, so the simulator is running. Let's do it one more time just for the sake of it. I want to run it in here though. Okay. Cool. It's working. It's working. So let's try to do stop sim -- all. Why stop sim? Is it just dash all or dash? Stop sim dash all. Unknown command. Interesting. Why? That was interesting. I'm gonna screenshot that. This is called Herder. The program I'm using to run Claude Code instances in the terminal window. It's really cool too, because if you quit out of it, it's like, see how I'm just in a normal terminal window that's blank? What if I run Herder? Well, I could type it in if I was so lazy, but if I just run Herder, it reattaches and the actual sessions that Claude's running is still there, so it doesn't actually close out of anything. that's running. In the background, the sessions are still running. Super cool. Stopped your iPhone is down and the simulator quit. Oh. Okay, cool. It closes the actual thing too. Okay, now I need to ask why the heck was it not this? So I ran the skill stop sim -- all, and it's telling me that the argument is not available in my plugin, even though it is. So can you try to figure out what's going on with that? I attached an image of the error message. Music is stopping, so we're gonna play something. Okay, guys. I think it's about time for me to get off of the live stream. I've been on here for so long, almost 6 hours. Oh my gosh, it's only 2 more minutes to 6 hours. So what is it? Should I do a workout? I should do a workout before I get off real quick. Or no, it's too late. You guys sleeping? You guys all sleeping, huh? Look at how bright and nice day it is outside. Might just go outside to do a workout today. That might be a good idea. All right, Joe. All right, everybody. G-Man. Peace out. J35. Thank you guys for hanging out on this stream. I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna get in some sun. You know me. Let's go, Jake. I hope your project's coming along well, and everybody is having a great day. So I can't wait to see what you guys are working on. Peace out.